Welcome to the Tempe City Council retreat for August 7th, 2020. It is 11:35 a.m. This session is scheduled to go till about 5 o'clock. I wanted to just get a couple of housekeeping items out of the way before we get started. And let me go ahead and pull up my screen so people can see me. Couple of quick things. One, while there's no section on the agenda here for public comment, this council is always welcome and open to take public comment from members of the public if they've got questions about anything. We may not have time to get to that public comment today, given to the condensed nature of the agenda, but if you do happen to submit a public comment during the portion of this, we will either make sure as mayor and council or staff to get back to you as soon as possible. So we're definitely going to be working on that. So please, if you do hear something or you do want to submit a question or comment, please feel free to submit something through the public comment section. Also to council, I know this is sort of an interesting process. Normally, retreats are done obviously in person, but due to COVID-19 and for the safety of the council and our staff and our public, we're doing this all virtually. While it might feel a little bit strange, I know, at the same time, I do think it gives us a very interesting opportunity to really make sure that members of the public can really see what we're talking about and have conversations with us. In the past, I know that the retreats were always open to the public during the time that I was on council, but they weren't ever live streamed over WebEx. So I think in some interesting kind of way, despite it not being an in-person meeting, it actually puts more eyes on this meeting and gives people some insight into some of our thought process where we're not being so formal at a regular council meeting. So I think this is an interesting opportunity for us. So I'm excited about that. With that said, and also we'll try to take a little bit of a 3 to 5 minute break in between topics to allow people to get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, have a snack. I understand for both council and staff, it's tough to sit at a computer straight looking at a screen for 5.5 hours. So just, please feel free to take breaks as you need to. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead here and get into the agenda. Let me see here. I'm still having a struggle pulling this up here, but here we go. So the first item on the agenda here is the open meeting law refresher training. Judy, I could kick that to you. I know Danny Garone is the person who's going to be giving that training, the assistant ombudsman from public access, but I don't know, Judy, if you'd like to give any kind of an intro before Danny gets started.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Wanted to provide you with a little bit of background information. Danny Garone is the assistant ombudsman for the state of Arizona and a Tempe resident. So we're very pleased to have him with us today. And he's going to present a refresher of Arizona's open meeting law training for you all today. So with that, I'll turn it over to Danny. And Danny, thank you so much for being here with us today.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me this morning. Is it possible for me to share my screen? Hello?
Hello, Danny. This is Alex Shin, the host. I have set you as a presenter. Yes, you have the ability to share your screen.
Wonderful. Thank you. I wasn't sure if anyone could hear me. All right. Let's see. Excellent. All right. So again, I'm Danny Doreen. I'm with the Arizona Ombudsman's Office. In case you're not familiar with our office, I think most of you probably are because you either had some interaction with our office or you've seen me present to you guys before, but just in case you don't know who we are, we're a legislative agency at the state level. Typically what we do is take and investigate complaints against Arizona state agencies, so DCS, DES, the Medical Board, so on and so forth. So if you ever have a constituent that comes to you with one of those issues that isn't really within your authority to look at, you can always refer them to our office. When it comes to public records and open meeting law, our authority extends down to the more local level as well. So municipalities, counties, special taxing districts, so on and so forth. Part of our statutory duty when it comes to these two areas of law is to train and educate public officials and the public, which is why I'm with you guys today. On a related note, I think any of you who have any familiarity with our office probably know this, but just in case you don't, we have some open meeting law and public records law booklets that our office publishes periodically. If you're ever interested in a hard copy, let me know. We can mail them or drop them off to you, and we have PDF versions on our website. So if you ever have to directly deal with public records or open meeting law and you want to look at the statutes or however they've been interpreted, that's a very good place to start. So just real quick, I'm gonna touch on really 10,000-foot level here since we don't have a lot of time. So if you ever have any more specific questions or you want to dive into the details, give me a call, shoot me an email. I'd be happy to talk anything through with you. So what is the open meeting law? The open meeting law is just generally a set of laws that are supposed to maximize government decision making. So the public can see how we're making decisions and what decisions we're making. It doesn't necessarily allow the public to be a part of the decision-making process directly. It just lets them see what's being done. It's in Title 38 of the Arizona Revised Statutes. It's only 10 statutes. Really only takes you 5-10 minutes to read. So if you've never read them before, I would suggest taking a gander. Pretty big issue. If you ever have an open meeting law problem or if somebody thinks you're violating the open meeting law and they complain, who might you hear from? The two main players are really the Attorney General's office and the Ombudsman's office. So if somebody complains, you're probably going to hear from either the AG or me. The AG is the big game in town. They can investigate complaints and ultimately they can take you to court and force you to do things if they think you're not following the open meeting law. As of a few years ago, they're now the only entity in the state that can take you as an individual to court over the open meeting law. So if they think the council members are intentionally violating the open meeting law, not only can they take you to court to have a judge order your council to do or not do something, they can also try to get you in trouble where you get fined. That's very rare. In order for that to happen, you have to basically be doing it intentionally. So you know what you're doing is wrong, and the AG has to be able to prove it. But really, the way this normally goes is the AG looks into a complaint. If they think you violated the open meeting law, they'll put pressure on you to get some training, do it differently, and do better. You won't get dragged into court. You won't get in trouble. I like to say at this point that pretty much everyone at one point or another, no matter how good they are at this, will probably mess up and violate the open meeting law. It just happens. It's pretty easy to occasionally do that. The key is to try to cut that down to a minimum number and learn from the mistakes and improve as you go along. The county attorneys have a similar authority to the Attorney General's office, with the exception they can't take you as an individual to court. But as far as I'm aware, the county attorneys aren't super active in looking into open meeting law matters, so it's really the Attorney General's office. Additionally, members of the public can take your public body to court to try to get a judge to order you to do A or B to follow the open meeting law. And then, of course, there's the Ombudsman's office. We don't have enforcement authority, so we can't fine you, we can't legally order you to do something, but we can access all your records, we can make you speak to us, and then if necessary, we can publish a public report of our findings. So if we think you're violating the open meeting law and you refuse to come around, we can basically tell the public, the legislature, the governor, so on and so forth. But we very rarely do that. We try to resolve things informally. So if you ever get a call from me, it's going to be finding out what happened, and then if we think there's a problem, just trying to get everyone on the same page to fix it. Who has to follow the open meeting law? The open meeting law says public bodies. Public bodies is basically defined as any multi-member decision-making government entity, so like a city or town council like yourselves. Where it gets a little more interesting and a little less obvious is that it also includes standing, special, advisory, and subcommittees. So if your city council forms a committee or has a standing committee, that committee is also a public body subject to the open meeting law, just like the main council is. So the open meeting law further defines advisory and subcommittees as any entity, no matter what you describe it as or what you call it. So it doesn't need to be called a committee. That's established by your public body or by the presiding officer for the purpose of making recommendations back to the main public body. So if your council or your council chair or president or whoever's presiding forms a 3-person task force to go work on an issue and report back, that task force or whatever you call it is its own committee or subcommittee that is subject to the open meeting law. So whenever that committee meets, they have to have a notice, agenda, and so on and so forth. What do you have to do as far as open meeting law training or what have you? Is the common question I get when somebody gets put in a government public body for the first time in their career. All you have to do according to the open meeting law is review approved open meeting law materials a day before you take your position. Those materials are supposed to be posted online by, in your case, the city clerk, and they need to be approved by the Attorney General's office. That usually takes the form of the Attorney General's agency handbook chapter on the open meeting law. Sometimes it's our handbook because it includes that same AG chapter. And that's it. That's really all the open meeting law requires. There's no specific legal training or certification you need, although your public body can go above and beyond. There's nothing to stop Tempe from saying, in addition to that, here's what you have to do. So as always, check with your public body, with your government entity to see if there are any additional local requirements. This slide right here is really the basics of what the open meeting law requires. Again, I'm not going to dive into the specifics. If you've been in government or if you've been around government before taking your current position, this should all look at least vaguely familiar to you. So every time your public body wants to meet to discuss anything related to government, they need to have a notice published. You need to have an agenda available to the public. You need to meet in public and allow the public to attend. Although what constitutes attendance in a coronavirus age is an interesting issue, but basically you need to allow the public to see and or hear what you're doing. Really, the hearing is the important thing. You need to take all action, so all government decision making, so all elected decisions made by the council need to take place in a public meeting. And then you either need to create or have minutes or recording for each meeting. Super important issue. It's something you would think is obvious, but of course we're government and involve the legislature, so it's not 100% obvious and clear. What do we mean by meeting? In everyday language, we know what a meeting is, but of course it has a legal definition in the open meeting law. It's really two prongs. So when you have a gathering, either in person or through technological means, of a quorum of your public body. So if you have a quorum present, and they're discussing, proposing, deliberating, or taking legal action, you're having a meeting, it's subject to the open meeting law. Again, it doesn't matter what you call it. You call it a work study, you call it a study session, it doesn't matter. Those are the two prongs that trigger a meeting in the open meeting law. So you have a quorum gathered, and you're discussing, proposing, deliberating, or acting on anything that could reasonably come before your council for action. The definition was augmented, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago, by the legislature to include the language on this slide. This was always assumed, I think, by people to be included in this part of the definition, but for some reason the legislature decided to make it formal and put it in the text of the law. Basically, you're also having a meeting triggering the open meeting law. If one of your members sends an electronic communication to a quorum of your members proposing legal action, or you similarly have a multi-way electronic communication amongst a quorum in which you're discussing, deliberating, or taking legal action. Basically, it's the digital equivalent of what would trigger a meeting in person. Super common question, although not as common nowadays, now that nobody's allowed to leave their house or hang out in groups, is what happens if the city council, if a quorum of us are going to be at a social event together? Are we violating the open meeting law? Do we need a notice? Do we need an agenda? The key again is the definition of meeting. Not only do you need a quorum present, but you essentially need to be discussing or considering anything that could come before your council for action. So if you're discussing at a friend's party what to do about the train derailment in Tempe, that would trigger the open meeting law. That's something that you need to have a notice, agenda for, so on and so forth. So if you don't have those things, you're violating the open meeting law. But if instead all of the council shows up to a baseball field because all of your kids are on the same team, and you're talking about the weather and whatever interesting TV shows are on, that's not government business. That's not a meeting subject to the open meeting law. So you don't need a notice, you don't need an agenda, you don't need to tell the public. But even though that's the case, we still recommend posting what's known as either a courtesy notice or courtesy agenda. So it would look like what you normally post for a meeting, but it would say something along the lines of, the quorum of the council might gather at this location, this time. It's a social event, no official business will be discussed or transacted. That's not required, but if people see you gathered in this social setting, they'll be less likely to suspect that you're having a secret meeting because you were open and transparent about that it was going to happen and why it was happening. Again, you don't need to do that. If you're on best behavior, you don't talk about official business, you're fine. But the key is to make sure you don't drift into talking about official business. Another common question, I get this from both members of government and from members of the public. What does the public have a right to do at a public meeting? Generally, under the open meeting law, all the public has a right to do is show up, listen, and record the meeting. So if you have an in-person meeting, the public gets to be in the room, they get to hear and see what you're doing, and they get to hold up their phone and record what you're doing. What they don't have, generally, is a right to speak or disrupt your meeting. The open meeting law doesn't entitle the public to speak at meetings. Really, the whole point of the open meeting law is just to allow the public to see what decisions the government is making and how they're making them. They don't get to actively participate. There are some exceptions depending on the type of meeting. If it's a certain type of zoning hearing or something like that, some people might have a legal right to participate to some degree. It depends. But generally, for most meetings, there's no right to speak at a meeting. Sometimes you'll have people who insist that this is a democracy and this is America, therefore I get to speak at the meeting and I get to participate as if I'm on the council. Again, that's not true. So what do you do in that situation? I suggest on the record telling the person, hey, ma'am, sir, you can't interrupt, you can't speak. Either there's not going to be an opportunity to speak at this meeting or the opportunities later. And then make a record of the warning you're giving. And if they continue to interrupt and you warn them and tell them if they don't stop, you'll escort them out, and they eventually don't stop, you can do what you need to do to escort them out. Have your sergeant at arms or security or law enforcement toss them out if need be, if they just simply won't allow the council to engage in its business. I would suggest making that a super last resort, because there's a chance those people will sue you and claim all sorts of violations of their rights. And even though you'll probably prevail depending on the specifics of the situation, it will still be an unpleasant experience that costs taxpayers money. So I would suggest that as a last resort. Some stuff you probably want to avoid: one, because it just looks bad or might be rude, and two, because depending on how you do it, it might even be a violation of the open meeting law, is if you're at a council meeting and a few of the members are texting each other or passing notes or whispering so that the public can't hear. If you're talking about official business, there's a good chance that constitutes a violation of the open meeting law. If you're just asking each other what you want to order for lunch, it's going to make the public suspicious of what you're talking about, and they'll suspect that you're doing sneaky things so they can't hear you. So I suggest avoiding that conduct as much as possible. And then something similar that you need to avoid is talking before or after the meeting with a quorum of your public body. So say your meeting's supposed to start at 5 p.m., and you're a member and you're walking into the building at 4:45, 15 minutes early, and a constituent stops you to talk about something. You can talk to that person all day long. But now imagine the other council members are walking in, they hear this great conversation, they join in, all of a sudden the whole council's standing there talking. That would be a violation of the open meeting law, because you're meeting ahead of the time you told everybody you would. Same thing can happen after a meeting on the way out to the parking lot or what have you. So just be aware of those types of things. If you ever find yourself trying to be super sneaky and resourceful to come up with clever ways to get around the open meeting law, there's a very good chance you're violating the open meeting law. I sometimes joke, but I think it's true, is the open meeting law is a set of guidelines to maximize transparency. It's not a challenge to resourceful government employees to overcome. So you can't use electronic devices to get around the open meeting law. You can still be having a meeting even through remote meetings, obviously, as we're doing right now. Avoid what's known as splintering the quorum, which is basically a fancy way of saying games of telephone that reach a quorum of your members can constitute a violation of the open meeting law. So if I'm a member of a board and I send a letter to another member, and that member forwards it on with some comments to another member, and it reaches a quorum, we're having a meeting, we're violating the open meeting law. It doesn't need to be simultaneous. Don't poll members on how they plan on voting at the next meeting. So if you send an email to the rest of your council saying, hey, how are you going to vote on the following measure? You're just asking for an open meeting law violation if anybody responds to you. Doesn't matter if it's verbal versus in writing. You can violate the open meeting law through letters, email, or literally any other way you can communicate human thought. Doesn't matter. The Attorney General had a good opinion 15 years ago. That's now, I think, widely accepted by everyone now that we're more familiar with the internet and email. You can't use an email amongst the quorum to do any of the things that trigger the open meeting law. So if you're emailing your quorum and a quorum of your public body and you're proposing, discussing, deliberating, taking legal action, you're having a meeting subject to the open meeting law. Same thing goes with other electronic communications, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat. You got to be careful about reaching out to the other members of your public body. Here are some examples of what will cause you trouble versus what won't. Say you have a 5-member council, so a quorum is 3. So that 3 is what triggers the open meeting law. One of your members sends an email to 2 of the others about some official business, about what to do with the train derailment, and then one of those people hits reply all. So you've had a discussion amongst the quorum through email. That would be a violation of the open meeting law. Does it matter if you're emailing each other facts versus opinions? Is one like a safe harbor? Probably not. Deliberation is one of the things that triggers the open meeting law. If you look at deliberation in a dictionary, it usually includes an exchange of facts preliminary to a final decision. So if I'm on the city council and I start emailing the rest of the council a bunch of stats on an issue that's coming up at the next meeting, and somebody starts replying back with different stats, there's a good argument that that's a meeting that's violating the open meeting law. So be careful about that. You can, however, receive information from staff without necessarily violating the open meeting law. Passive receive information without more does not necessarily violate the open meeting law. So that's how you get your board packets, your agendas, your supporting documentation, so on and so forth. Where you run into trouble is if your clerk sends you all the materials you need to read up on before the meeting, and then you hit reply all and start talking about it amongst yourselves. That's where you really run into trouble. So usually in order to violate the open meeting law, you need multi-way communication. So discussion, deliberation, taking legal action, those require 2 active parties. Right now we're not having a discussion, I'm just talking at you. So if I'm on a board and I email the rest of the board saying, hey, here's how I'm feeling about an issue we're going to discuss. If nobody responds, everyone realizes I'm barking up the wrong tree, we probably narrowly avoided an open meeting law violation because that wouldn't constitute discussion or consideration or deliberation because nobody else responded. However, there is one exception where one person can unilaterally violate the open meeting law, and that's proposing legal action. It only takes one person to propose legal action. So as long as, say I'm on the council and I email the rest of the council, so it reached a quorum, and I say at the next meeting we should vote to do A, B, and C. Even if nobody responds, that was likely a violation of the open meeting law because I proposed legal action amongst the quorum of our public body. So that's what you got to be careful about. So then how do you propose an agenda item without accidentally proposing legal action and violating the open meeting law? The key, if you insist on doing this, so if you insist on proposing agenda items to the rest of your public body outside of a proper meeting, the way to do it is to propose the general issue without explaining the specific action you want taken by the public body. So communicate the topic, not the action. You can avoid this entirely by designating one person to write up the agenda or having staff do it instead of having a collective discussion amongst yourselves, because that's when it becomes real easy to violate the open meeting law. So I think an easier way to do this would be everyone send your agenda items to the chair or to the clerk, and he or she will compile them into the agenda and send it out. That way, even if you do propose more than you're supposed to, if you propose a legal action, it hasn't reached a quorum, it can get cleaned up and put in a proper agenda. But if you insist on proposing them to the rest of your council directly, how do you do it without violating the open meeting law? First is an example of what you don't want to do. If you email the rest of your council and say, hey, I want to, at the next meeting, the first is an example of what you do want to do. You email the rest of your council and say, we should discuss safety at First Street and Main Street at the next meeting. That would be fine. You're just proposing a topic to discuss. You haven't proposed the specific action you want to take. Now contrast that with the second one. Instead, you email your whole council and say, hey, let's vote to install a crosswalk at First and Main Street at the next meeting. That's proposing legal action. That would be a violation of the open meeting law. Here's another example. Say you email the rest of your council and say, hey, we should consider firing so-and-so at the next meeting. That would be a violation of the open meeting law because you're proposing a particular legal action to take. You want everyone to vote to fire the employee. Now, instead, you say, I would like us to discuss the city manager's performance at the next meeting, or whichever employee. That would probably be okay because you're proposing a general topic for consideration. You're not conveying which specific action you want taken. And just one more. Imagine one of you sends an email to the rest of your council saying that we should implement the following program or a program like it, and then you attach an article that has a particular program outlined. That's probably a violation because you're proposing that the council adopt a particular type of program. Now, instead, you send an article on the particular program to the rest of your council without saying what you want to do about it. You're just sending the article. That's probably okay. I wouldn't suggest doing it because it's dangerous, but it's probably okay if that's all that happens. Believe it or not, you can ask your staff to violate the open meeting law in a way that you yourself can't. So if you can't do it, you probably can't have somebody do it on your behalf. So if you know you can't propose legal action outside of a proper meeting, don't ask the town or the city clerk to go do it and tell everyone else, hey, Councilmember so-and-so wants to vote the following way. That will be a violation on your behalf and the staff member's behalf. The open meeting law specifically says, which is somewhat unique in law, it specifically says the public policy of the state of Arizona is to resolve all doubts in favor of openness. So it tasks anyone who's in charge of interpreting or resolving issues with the open meeting law to resolve them in favor of openness. So basically, when in doubt or when you have a gray area, you're supposed to err on the side of openness and caution. If you don't, and it's a gray area, and you err on the side of closing things up, there is a chance you could get in trouble for that. The Attorney General might make an argument that you're sort of violating the spirit of the open meeting law. What's the big danger here with violating the open meeting law? Besides the fact you could theoretically get in trouble if you did it on purpose, any action you take, so any vote you do to spend money, to fire somebody, whatever, if there's a serious enough related violation of the open meeting law, that action could be rendered null and void by a court, which then could cause you all sorts of trouble. If you vote to spend $100,000 and then you realize you didn't put out a notice for that meeting, all of a sudden you have this illegitimate $100,000 vote hanging out there. You're going to have all sorts of problems. So that's the big motivating thing for following the open meeting law properly. Just real quick, the legislature this previous session was considering a whole bunch of open meeting law bills that were going to either add an eighth or even ninth type of executive session, which, because we didn't have enough time, I didn't really dive into, but generally there's 7 types of executive sessions you can have where you discuss things in private. They were going to add an 8th or 9th, depending on if all the bills passed. And the one that would have affected Tempe most likely would have been the one that would have added an 8th type for discussing security plans. I think the idea is so that bad people, terrorists, whoever, shooters, won't know all of our security plans and be able to get around. So if you needed to discuss a building security plan or a system security plan, you would have been able to do that in executive session. These bills were flying through the legislature, and to me it looked like they were going to be passed into law, but then you got hit with a coronavirus bomb and everything just sort of died where it was. So I would not be surprised if next session these bills or something similar to them comes back. So if this is something you're for or against, you might want to start talking to your folks about what to do about it. And that's it. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, on our website, and there's a whole bunch of useful open meeting law and public records law materials. And if you think of a question after we're done here today that you wish you had asked me, give our office a call, shoot me an email. I'd be happy to take a stab at it for you.
Great. Thank you, Danny. Appreciate it. And once again, thank you for being a Tempe resident as well. Appreciate you giving up some of your time today to give us the open meeting law refresher. If there are any council members who have any questions or comments, I would appreciate you could either jump in for the time being, or I'd also appreciate if you could use the chat room just so I could ensure to go in the order that I receive the comments. So does anyone have any questions or comments at this time for Danny? Okay, I'm not hearing any. I guess, Danny, you were off the hook, but thank you so much once again. Just really appreciate your time, really appreciate the refresher. Thank you, Judy, for setting everything up, and just really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, too. One other quick note, too, for the council and for members of the public who happen to be watching. I've got one public comment item here, but what I'm going to try to do is read the public comment when it actually pertains to the item we're talking about. The item I have a public comment for is for item number 6, which is about the Tempe Listens follow-up. So I will make sure to read that prior to the council launching into that discussion. So I wanted to let the commenter know that we are definitely going to make sure that comment is read into the record at the appropriate time during the agenda. So with that said, once again, too, if once the council members have any questions or any thoughts, please make sure to use the chat room and let me know just so I can make sure to recognize you. Next up, actually, I have another comment that also came in from Mr. Timothy Palmer, and I'll also make sure at an appropriate time to read that into the record as well. So with that said, I'm going to move forward here. And next up is the Committee of the Whole Working Group process. That is going to be the primary presenter for that's going to be Brianne Fisher. Mark Zilla is also available if the council members have any comments or questions. But this was primarily brought up because a couple of council members, when I was sort of asking about what topics should be kind of big picture items for our agenda, talked about maybe the need to revisit the way that we currently flesh out some of these bigger items. And since a couple of council members asked for this to be put on the agenda, I decided to place it on so we could talk about that. I think that we need to make sure that whatever system we're using to talk about certain issues or engage stakeholder or resident input is something that really does work best for council and staff. So I figured I would open this back up, but I'll turn it over to Brianne. I know she's got a couple of options she'd like to present, and then the council obviously can, feel free to chime in whenever ready.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Brianne, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Mayoral aide for the city of Tempe. And just a little bit of background, the council had received a presentation for the Committee of the Whole Working Groups about a year ago, and had a conversation. So this is kind of a follow-up to that. I'm going to briefly overview that and then provide the options. And just so we start off on the same page, work study session is the informal council meetings that the Tempe City Council have, and they're kind of broken into two different subsections of the work study session agenda. One of them being the issue review session, or IRS, and then the other half of the work study session agenda is broken into the COW, or the Committee of the Whole. So I just wanted to kind of get those points up front, and so we're all on the same page. Next slide, please. So at the last year's retreat, the council had a conversation about COW working groups, and we are now at the current process, which includes a grand total of 21 working groups. That is having each council member the ability to be the lead on 3 of those, and there is no limit to how many they join or participate on. Along with that, there is a requirement for a 90-day written report to kind of explain the status of the working group. During the retreat last year, there was also the suggestion to require some baseline research prior to submitting a new working group idea. There was the ask that either the council member or the council aide have a meeting with the department head, department director, and anybody else that they need to kind of conversate with prior to opening the working group. And then the council decided to maintain the requirement to have one stakeholder meeting and one public meeting as part of the working group process. Next slide. So here we are today with a couple of different options for the council to review, and I'll walk through those different options. Next slide. Option one, or option A, I should say, is to continue with the current working group process, but do a little bit of work on what we currently have. So we currently have 16 open working groups, as you can see on the slide and the graph. It was also attached in the agenda. There's a little bit of cleanup that we could do. We've identified a couple of working groups that could possibly be closed in the near future, therefore allowing a little bit more opportunity to open new working groups. The rules could remain the same. Each council member leads 3. So we could spend some time and shuffle things around here, make sure that council members are on the committees that they want to be on, and that would provide opportunity for more new working groups. Next slide. Option B is to replace the current working group process with a strategic priority committees. In the city of Tempe's history, we have had committees before. As you can see on the slide, you can see the topics that the committees revolved around. And we also just did a quick comparison to how other cities do it. Both the city of Scottsdale and the city of Phoenix also utilize the committee structure. There would be a little bit more research that staff would have to do to really come up with a thought through process of how to go about doing this, which of course we would want council's feedback on. Next slide. Option C would be to revamp the current working group process with a couple of different components that I've listed 1 through 4 here. And we can walk through those. Next slide. The first would be to introduce a postponed status for at least 1 working group at a time. So then there would be a new total of 4 working groups. This would allow for at certain times, based off of council direction, the criteria that one working group could move into a postponed status. One example that we thought of was the vacation rentals working group. They had a working group started to address the issues that they'd been hearing in the neighborhoods. They were conducting several different meetings about what was possible. And then the legislature kind of picked up the ball and proposed some new legislation. During the legislative session, the working group was kind of on a standstill. So in this type of situation, it could move into a postponed status, and the lead council member would then be able to open up another working group as long as it's within the limits. We would want council direction to determine a little bit more of the specifics of how long one working group could be in a postponed stage, and of course, council direction for the working group to kind of be reactivated, extend its tenure, or to be closed for no longer needed. Next slide. There's also an idea to revamp the COW working group by kind of coming up with some decision criteria for topics designated for issue review sessions. So that's getting presentations from staff. And we thought, oftentimes council members are excited and hear something about what's going on in the neighborhood and they want to get it addressed. And sometimes it's things that is already existing in policy or is already existing program or initiative. It might be something that a board and commission is working on. And it might be something that just takes not too long to gather some information for and possibly kind of give in a Friday packet memo, or again, kind of provide a presentation during a work study session. This is an efficient way to go, but we completely understand that not all new ideas would fit into this process. So we have the 3 kind of decision criteria that we think would be good to start as a baseline to determine if it should be a presentation from staff or if it should deem opening a new working group option. So that is something that the council, if deciding to go with option C, would kind of need to weigh in on if that is the criteria that you guys agree with. Next slide. Option C as well includes kind of defining the number of council member participants on a given working group. If you look back at the spreadsheet that was attached to the memo, there is sometimes working groups with just 1 or 2 council members, and we really think that it should be three council members on one given working group. So those are, next slide. The last recommendation to revamp the working group process would be to make sure that when 90-day updates are scheduled, as you can see on the agenda here, they're kind of highlighted with a memo. We would want to make sure that those are being verbally presented, given enough time to kind of talk through with the council members and just make sure everybody's on the same page and hearing the same information and knows that a 90-day update is asking for extension or closure. So just kind of flushing out the 90-day updates a little bit more and formalizing the process to have a verbal presentation. Next slide. So that is the conclusion of the options. Just quickly review. Option A is to continue with the current working group process, look at some of the current working groups and see if we can't adjust, rearrange something, create new opportunities. Option B would be replace the current COW working group process with priority committees. Again, if that is the direction, we would want to do a little bit more research to figure out the structure of that. And then option C is to revamp the working group process with the 4 different items there, or just 2 of the items, again, looking for council direction if they want to go with option C. And Mayor, that concludes the presentation. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Thank you so much, Brienne. Really appreciate it. Excellent presentation. So I want to try to open this up to members of council. And actually I should note that the chat room feature has been disabled due to the open meeting law process. And since we got the open meeting law refresher early, we obviously need to make sure that we are following it strictly. So if council members do want to speak, please do use the hand raise feature within WebEx and I'll make sure to come to you. I don't see any hands yet, but I will then chime in.
I have a hand up.
Okay, so I'm not seeing them over here. Okay, well, since I'm not seeing them, I guess the voices I heard were, I'll go to Vice Mayor Keating and to Councilmember Kuby. So Vice Mayor Keating.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I was one of the council members that wanted to bring this forward, and one of the things that I'm just going to give my preferences in order right here. Okay, so obviously I would like to do B. The current working group process was kind of Plan B from a transparency group that me and former Mayor Mitchell and Councilmember Arredondo-Savage had created. We couldn't get the committees put back in place, so we came up with this instead. I'd like to do kind of a hybrid between A and C. So we leave it as it is, but then introduce the postponed option. I like the idea of being able to have one working group postponed for a period of 6 months with council approval, and then having to renew that postponement every 6 months. With, of course, the caveats that, you have one postponed, you can open up another one, so you have 3 active and 1 postponed. But once the one that's postponed is coming back, then you're at your limit still. So you can just, be postponing and adding more and more working groups as you go along. And like, say, for example, I have 3 working groups and 1 postponed, but now I want to work on the postponed one, then I'll have to close one of my other working groups or postpone that at the same meeting, just so that there's never a more than 4 working groups total for a council member. And as long as one is always postponed, again, and that would have to be subject to the approval of our colleagues. So I like that. But if it comes down to it, my preference would be B followed by A. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so thank you, Vice Mayor. So your preference is B and then A. Okay,
Correct.
great. Okay, next up, we've got Councilmember Kuby.
Yes, although I could ask Vice Mayor Keating, you said the preference is B, but that's the strategic priority committees going to 3 committees and maybe assigned a committee. It doesn't seem like you're advocating for that, but the postponement stuff is C. Am I misunderstanding you?
Yeah, I'm aware of what option B is. Again, I actually made a working group to try to get the committees back in. I'm saying I will take A with the postponement rule. If we can do that, throw postpone for 1 working group into A, I think that kind of gets us where we need to be. I don't like option C overall, but if we can do A with postponement, 1 working group for a period of 6 months, I think I can live with that.
Okay, so I was one of the members also that spoke with Mayor Woods about the working group policy. If you notice, I think over the past year, I may be wrong, but I think there may be only 1 new working group that's been introduced. It's kind of killed off a lot of the working groups, and with that, the potential of some innovative ideas coming forward. I feel like I was a little victim to the whole process because I had a couple of working groups that really had to be on a hiatus or postponement because we were waiting for staff to work on, related to a water drought resiliency plan and the air quality, waiting for a grant and for other things to happen. And so it's just like, it's so frustrated because you couldn't start anything. So, I'm very interested in seeing adaptation of the current policy, but I still think it sounds a little too restrictive that there can be 1 maybe postponed. Why not 2? I think we're all better about respecting staff time and not just bringing an idea forward with no thought or research put into it. I think that we need to have a little bit more flexibility to allow for the fact that some of these working groups need to wait and see what the legislature is doing that, so we need to see what process the staff has to do to get back to us, and that could be a fluid process, but I don't necessarily like the idea, so you can add 1 more. That may not get us there, because in my case, I have like 2 or 3 that are really postponed. I'd like to see a little more flexibility with that. When I did, hiatus sounds better than postpone. It sounds like postponing it because hiatus implies, I think, there's a reason it sounds like it's being put on. That's just about it. And I really appreciate all the work you put into it, and I know that this review process I've learned over the 5 years of being a councilmember that it sounds much better. I talk to Andrew, should this be better for review or for working group? And oftentimes it's way faster, like you said, when you're way less staff intensive to go to a review. You don't have to necessarily have all the time that they've been arranging meetings and meeting notes and all that. I really appreciate you bringing that up. I think you should consider the issue of review aspect really strongly. The number of participants, well, I recognize it's always good to have 3 members. I think that issues that come up that a councilmember, and if the rest of the council says, that's really good, I like to hear that. I don't have the time to do it, or I don't really have an interest, but I'm fully considering that. I think that should still be allowed. I think ideally, we have 2 council members on it. That's also going to be more of a signal of maybe success to that working group, work towards success of the region. But I think about the trying to encourage more conversion from gas cars lower to electric cars. I was only one to keep that one up. But now still, there's staff still working on that. We'll probably bring it back. But it's evolved, but it wasn't everyone's interest. It was my interest. And but it's still work to be done on to this day. So although I think ideally we should have three, I don't think it should be a requirement. So with that, just like to emphasize, I think
Councilmember Kuby?
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you. Everyone's having a hard time hearing you. It's something with the microphone.
Oh, no.
So I'm not sure. It's coming off as kind of garbled, unfortunately. I know, and we know you're not. So it's something with the microphone or something.
Okay, let me switch to my other computer and.
Okay. And I'll make sure to come back around to you. So I just wanted to let you know. So.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Next, so we'll come back to Councilmember Kuby. Next up here, just to make sure that I'm doing this in order, we have Councilmember Arredondo-Savage.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I guess that means I won the lottery. So, a couple of things. It did kind of, I think the Vice Mayor reminded me about a couple of things and a lot of work that went into this discussion just not that long ago, about a year ago, about trying to figure out how we can better improve our working groups and really sought out a lot of input and came up with some really great recommendations. I mean, not only just working with staff and hearing some of their concerns in regards to time, and then from the stakeholders and hearing from them in regards to what some of their concerns were. I 100% agreed with Randy, though, when we took it back to the council, we did really want to move forward with that option B, which was going back to doing the committee work, but we didn't get consensus to do that. So that's why the second recommendation is where it is. And with that said, I would definitely be in favor of exploring an option of going back to doing those committees, especially based on the fact now that we have a really fantastic strategic plan moving forward, and that's really defined. It seems like that would be, to me, like a really good option and an efficient way to be able to tackle some of the initiatives that we want to tackle or improve some of the things that we're doing. And stay true to our strategic priorities, and I think keep it very clear, very transparent, and minimize the workload for our employees, because I know they do get a little consumed with the number of working groups that we have and how sporadic they meet. So with that being said, I hadn't thought about the Vice Mayor's idea, but I actually, that would be my second choice too. I definitely could handle going with kind of that hybrid model of keeping it with just because I think we've only done it for a year, and not even really a year, since we've been dealing with COVID for the last 4 months. It hasn't even been that long to really see how it's implemented. So I wouldn't be opposed to doing 3 active and 1 in postponement if that's what we need to do, because I'm guilty too. I have 1, and I know some of the staff would love to get the working group for student housing off my plate, off their plate, but there's so many things that I believe are rolling around with that. So it's been a struggle to be able to let that go. And we do want to be able to wrap that up. So I completely appreciate those comments from the Vice Mayor, and would like to see us move forward in either of those directions. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. So basically your preference is, would it be B then A?
Yes, Mayor, with a hybrid A.
Okay, hybrid A. Got it. Excellent. All right, next up, Councilmember Navarro. Councilmember Navarro, are you there?
Trying. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I agree with Vice Mayor. I do like the option A with the hybrid of the postponement option on that. So that's what I would lean towards as probably my favorite.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's see, Is Councilmember Kuby back on yet? It doesn't.
I'm back. Can you hear
All
me?
right, we can hear you perfectly now.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try and be shorter in my speech. So yeah, I was one of the ones that brought this forward as well. I just feel like it's stymied a lot of activity, and there have been very, very few cows brought forward. So I'm hearing sort of the consensus of the council, and I know the postponement idea, which we already sort of have it casually, but solidifying that would be good. But I don't really want to restrict it to one. You know, if you want to have a number, if we could do two, because I just think, you know, I think about my case, there were a couple of cows that were waiting on important staff work that was going to take, you know, 6 weeks or longer. And it was very frustrating because I felt like I couldn't move forward with other things. So if the council is willing to, you know, consider number two instead of one, I'd appreciate that. I abuse that, and I am going to be closing out some groups. So that's one thing I want to throw out there. And I also feel that, I know it was, what I said was garbled, that I don't think it should be a requirement for 3 to be on it. Oftentimes it's like, yeah, if you're interested in that, go ahead. I'd like to hear more. I don't have the time myself to add to that group, but I'm interested in you moving forward, Councilmember X, you know, so I don't think we should limit it. So I'm happy with a hybrid model of what we have now, but I think it shouldn't be restricted to one, or we're just going to come back maybe and look at the same situation again.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. So your choice is a hybrid A model as well. Let's see. Councilmember Adams.
Yes, I prefer the hybrid A also.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess here, what it looks like is that I actually, so it's interesting, I prefer, and if actually, if you're not speaking, can you make sure to mute, just in case? Okay, perfect. We're just getting a little bit of feedback there. My preference immediately is B, which are the council committees, and the A would be my second choice, which is sort of interesting here. We've got, let's see, I'm just sort of counting up the numbers here. Looks like, so it looks like right,
this is Doreen.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find the hand wave thing on my computer.
Not a problem.
I'll keep looking for that, but can I give you my opinion?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I like option B. Are you still there?
Yep, still here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I like option B just from what I was reading with the information that was presented in the packet that we got. But I also went on to the City of Phoenix's website and I did a little bit of research on how their committees are set up. And I like how the committees are open. It seems to be nice and transparent, and I like the process of that. So if it were up to me, I'm an option B.
Thank you, Councilmember Garlid.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Kuby.
Yes, about option B in the committee process, I know you used to operate under that. My concern is, first of all, how do all the 21 working groups get put into those molds, those silos? They may not fit, so that's going to be complicated. And then don't you have open meeting problems if, you know, you're being presented, you're in a committee that's one of the 3 committees and it has a working group that you haven't previously had. So I feel like the ship has sailed in that regard, is switching to that committee structure, unless we're just talking about the new committees of the whole that come forward, or the new ideas that come forward fit the 3 committee structures. But I also think it's so cross-cutting these days. You know, when you talk about housing, you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about poverty, you know, economic development. It could relate to environmental concerns. Like there's just so many cross-cutting ideas, and that it would be really hard to force things into 3 separate committees. So if we move to the B, how would we fit our current working groups into that mold?
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. I guess to that question, I'll turn it back to Brianne, and also if Marge or Andrew might want to chime in on that, I'll just turn it over to them.
This is Brianne, Councilmember Kuby, Mayor Woods. I think that we would be able to go through the chart and work out what needs to be worked out while we kind of develop the process to do committees. I don't have too much concern of anything falling off the table if there is kind of a standing cow working group, by the time that we by the time that we have committees up and running, I think that we would work hard to make sure that the efforts and initiatives that working group is enfolded into one of the committees, or we could make sure that that committee can continue to do the work and conclude or come up to their council direction, just to make sure that that work isn't lost.
I think, I mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, could I continue?
Sure, Councilmember Kuby.
I just think it could be really difficult. Like, I'm very tied to the Tempe pre-group, and if it's put into some group, you know, I'm not one of the 3 groups considered, then that's sort of complicated, because a lot of us who are in that group have done a lot of the research and thoughtfulness, and you're bound not to be put on committees that you might have either started or been a part of. I just think that could be really problematic and complex. And then I think if you do have these 3 standing committees, you're going to have you're going to have council members who work with each other, and they don't necessarily cross-fertilize with the other council members. Like, I think the joy of being on a council is being able to work with all the different council members and interact and find areas of commonality and share concern. And then you start a working group with them and a working group with another. And it really leads to a lot of cross-fertilization and really getting to know your council colleagues and shared ideals, or, you know, shared passion. So that's another concern I have about the working group, about the committees. And then also, if there's 2 on each, then the mayor is on all of them. And that's just, it's a little concern, you know, the mayor, you know, I love you, Corey, but, you know, you said, should you be on all the committees? Is that the right thing? Because then maybe that's giving you too much sort of authority about the subject matter. So anyway, that's my idea.
No, thank you, Councilmember Kuby. Bria, was that you?
Yeah, it was. Like, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to say, you know, if we go with option B, staff is happy to do some research about different models and kind of have another presentation for you. And council can have the opportunity to provide council direction based off of different models and based off of the concerns we just heard from Councilmember Kuby regarding committee structure.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Adams.
Yes, I really would like to stay with option A, and because of the concerns that Lauren brought up. I agree with those concerns, and we have a lot of good things going on right now, and I'd rather not change. I think that we haven't been doing it this long, the structure, and I'd like to continue with option A.
Okay, thank you. All right, does anyone else have any comments? Let's see. So Councilmember Arredondo-Savage, see your hand.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to say, because, you know, I'm a council member that's had the opportunity to experience both the opportunity to experience both methods, you know, being part of the committee and then also doing it within working groups. And I really feel like the committee was a little bit more inclusive, more transparent, and it created a lot of buy-in. And it really did have an opportunity to have our partners at the tables very consistently. So I love the idea of going back to committees. I certainly do support that. And Brianne pretty much answered my question, because I get it. I think it's a good concern to think about how we're going to put those working groups into those committees. But I have to say, you know, we're all diverse and different individuals, but I think we all are here for the same and right reasons, and that is to do what's best for the city of Tempe. So, you know, even though there may be something I'm very passionate about, you know, I'm going to have to figure out how to allow somebody else to pick up that item and run with it, and, you know, come back with some recommendations that might be best to be able to move forward. So I get it, and I understand the concerns, but I'm confident that staff can kind of go through some of those and come up with a game plan and see what that looks like before we make that move. But, you know, I certainly am supportive of that moving forward. I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Next up, Vice Mayor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I certainly hear Councilmember Kuby's concerns, as well as Councilmember Adams' concerns, and I do have faith in staff to be able to kind of mix what we have with where we may be going, where it sounds like we're going. You know, we all do know each other well, we all work together well. So I do think the situation where if one council member wants to be on one committee, another council member does, like, for example, if there's one seat left on the sustainability committee, I'm going to give it to Councilmember Kuby, just because, I mean, it's more appropriate, and I know that's a passion of hers. So I think that we could, between the 7 of us, figure out a way that everyone's kind of doing something that they want to do. And of course, people serve on more than one committee. So Brianne also answered any questions I had. One concern I did have is, if we're going to do this and we're going to make the decision to do it, the decision should be made, and then any future presentation would be options of moving towards that, rather than just relitigating this 6 months from now, because I don't like to relitigate stuff. I like to make decisions and move on, and I don't like to kick the can down the road either. So if we're going to do whatever decision we make today, whether that's option B, which is again is my first preference, if there's not consensus to do option B, then option A, of course, with the one postponement, I would be fine with too. But I would just like to make a decision today. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, absolutely. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Garlid, and then I'm going to add some comments on my end too, because I think we've got consensus, but I want to make sure I give her a chance to speak as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Somebody had mentioned in another, I can't remember which one of my colleagues said something about strategic priorities. I really like being able to have the strategic priority or committees, because if we can get them to align with our strategic priorities that the city works on, I really like that alignment. I really like being able to have that as part of option B. So I just wanted to mention that also. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, did I hear someone?
Oh, Joel.
Navarro.
Oh yeah, Councilmember Navarro.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't figure out what the hand thing was again. My only worry is, and because I've been through both systems with the committee structure and doing what we're doing now, and I have, to be honest, enjoyed how our process has gone now. Having the ability to be on 3 committees. If we want to postpone one, I like the whole hybrid thing. My concern on the committees, though, and with some of the questions and the possibilities of structuring it a certain way, in past experiences, usually it's like 4 to 6 months of stumbling, and then trying to figure out what we're supposed to be doing and how we're supposed to be doing it within the committee, and then where does it go from there. So I believe we'll probably have some stumbling going to a new process if we do go that way. The other thing with committees was it kind of got people stuck and tied to certain areas that, and if you're dictating or if you're going to be coordinating, this council member goes here, here, and here, and I know you'll be asking for, what's your fit and where would you like to be. It still has the ability to restrict you if you do have the ability to be on another committee, but you can't because you're on too many committees as it is. I don't know, there's a little more concerns with the committee on my side. I kind of enjoy how we've been doing it for the last year. The process has been fairly smooth and has some abilities to really kind of keep us in a tighter alignment of trying to make things be more streamlined and not all over the place, because us being all over the place also provides great difficulty for staff to really coordinate and to give time on different issues. Me being within the city of Phoenix, I'm a recipient of that at times. And all of a sudden you're dropping and doing things, and you do have a gazillion other things you do have to do within your daily job. So those are some of the things that come to mind with concerns and possibly doing a switch. But, I'm just one person. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. I'm going to go to Councilmember Kuby, but I'm going to come back and make my comments and try to wrap this up. Councilmember Kuby?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Keating. I appreciate what Councilmember Navarro said, and I agree with him. There's a scheduling issue too, that if you can't make the scheduled time, or if you have other work obligations, it could be really difficult. Whereas in the working group process, you can schedule it according to the 2 or 3 people on the group with you and the staff. I also want to point out, if we do go to the committee structure, and chances are if we have 4 members and it's a quorum issue, then everything has to be minutized and agendized, which creates more work for staff. And one of the reasons we got into this was to take some of the weight off of staff And then there's an opportunity when you have working groups, and they are generally private, though you invite people in, invite stakeholders, the business community, nonprofits. We all bring in stakeholders, particularly that topic. What concerns me is, staff has the opportunity in working group meetings to speak a little bit more frankly about the issue. And I've certainly been told in working group meetings, like, remember Kuby, that is not going to work, and here's the reasons. And they may not feel so comfortable saying that with a resident standing there who has a strong interest. And it introduces that complexity where I like staff to tell me what's on their mind and be really direct, and that's more difficult in a public setting. So I appreciate what Councilmember Navarro said, and I support the hybrid A.
Okay, great. All right, let me turn my camera on here too. So thank you, Councilmember Kuby. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Adams, and then I really have to kind of wrap this up.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it is working really well as far as how we're doing it right now. So I just would really like to stay with A as a hybrid. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So my preference here, since I'm kind of interested in the unfortunate situation of casting a tie-breaking vote, I sort of mentioned earlier that my preference is for B. It was the system that that I'm just the most comfortable with when it comes to from a transparency perspective, as well as sort of trying to I think the system from my perspective is something that I'm more comfortable with and that I would really like to work with. However, I do understand, and that would make the consensus for B. However, I do understand the concerns that Councilmember Kuby and Councilmember Navarro raised, and I just wondered, would they be open to Brianne? Would there be some ability to have some conversations offline and try to come up with a system for B that would help to address some of their concerns? Because I do believe there are legitimate concerns when it comes to scheduling if you've got a full-time job, as I do, and some of the other concerns that Councilmember Kuby raised about making sure that staff feel comfortable giving very open, direct answers in the committee structure. Do you think it's possible that you could meet with them or have some conversations offline to address some of those concerns?
Yes, Mayor would do that.
Of course, yes.
Okay. And Councilmember Kuby, are you okay with that as well? Great. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Navarro, are you comfortable too?
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, to your point, Councilmember or Mayor Woods, sorry about that, is that the transparency is important. I don't want to leave people out, how we do our structure, like the chamber, like the schools. Like, I want to be able to be inclusive when we start making, or whatever committees we start structuring, we start doing. We make sure that those things are still always going to be prevalent, never going to be an exclusive working in silos, and then we're going to spring the new idea on the council without even consulting with the players that effectively touch those areas. So I hope that with any structure we go to, that the transparency will always have to be there. So I can go for what you're pushing right now, though.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, thank you, Councilman Navarro. Really appreciate that. Okay, so the consensus is to go with option B, which is the council committee structure. And Brianne, you'll just start, kind of working on what that would look like, and trying to make sure that we can address some of the concerns that were brought up by council members today, to make sure that the transparency is there, that we're making sure to really adjust this in a way where the scheduling works for council member schedules too. But I think we can, even though we're going with one option over the other, I do feel like the concerns are addressable, and I know that staff can work to get us all in the same place. So.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor, and
yes,
I would like to see how those 21 committees of the whole would be divided into whatever the suggested groups are. It'd be great to put that in a Friday packet or.
Absolutely, Councilmember Kuby. Brianne, I think, can you absolutely work on that? I think that's a really good point, and just want to make sure that all council members' concerns are being addressed here.
Yes, you got it.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go back to, let's see, right now it is 12:48 on my clock. Do we want to take a 5-minute break, or do we want to keep going?
I'm down to keep going, Mayor, but I'm just one voice.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to take a 5-minute break. I have to do a quick chore.
You got it, Councilmember Adams. Okay, to that point, I'll give a 5-minute break. Why don't we just come back at 12:55? So just make sure to mute your microphones and turn up your cameras, and we'll return at 12:55 and get started again.
Thank you.
councilors who also requested this. And the larger concerns that I heard, there were basically two. One was a desire to try to find ways to get new people involved in the city board and commission process. And this next comment is not meant as any disrespect to anybody, but many times we get some of the same core group of involved citizens who continue to kind of serve. They rotate off one board or commission and right on to another. And we're many times finding it's hard to get new people involved and actively engaged in the process. So I know there were a couple of council members who wanted to talk about that. And I know there was also, a question regarding, diversity and making sure that our boards and commissions really kind of, accurately reflect the demographics and the spirit of the city of Tempe. And so I know that there were some folks who wanted to talk about that. So with that said, I'm going to open it up to any council members who wanted to have a conversation about this. And let's see, Alex, you've got a presentation up here as well. So let's see here. Brianne, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you. And so Brianne's going to give this presentation. And once again, as before, Mark Zilla is also available in case anyone else has any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Woods, Mayor and Council, Brianne Fisher, Mayoral Aide. This is the last presentation I'm giving, don't worry. So this is a update from the March 5th work study session where we had provided a background of the 28 boards and commissions and the current processes of how we are going about recruiting and the demographics of the current members, and council provided some direction, mostly in terms of recognition for the active members and diversity and inclusion and engagement. So this is just a bit of a follow-up. We have a survey. Next slide, please. We have, as part of the direction on the March 5th work study session, we were asked to do a survey of the members. And so this is largely what this presentation is. But before moving on to the meat of the presentation, we did move forward with the plans to have a recognition event that unfortunately got delayed, postponed, canceled due to COVID. But we did also go through with ordering service pins and name tags and are in the process of trying to get those out to our board and commission members. Again, a little bit of a hiccup with COVID. As for the diversity and inclusion piece, just some background on that topic. In 2018, with the help of the clerk's office, the mayor and council office, and the Office of Strategic Management and Diversity, they collaborated on updating the board and commission application to include demographic data, including race and ethnicity, gender, disability, and age range. So in the memo, there is a graph that kind of outlines the demographic data of the 72 appointed members that used the new application. Obviously, there is a lot more members that we need to kind of gather their data on. Following up after this the March 5th presentation, the clerk's office did kind of send out another asking anybody who was serving to re-up their application. So we got a little bit more, but again, this survey kind of provides a bigger picture of who is serving on our boards. Next slide, please. So to start it off, the survey results, we did do both a staff survey, the liaison survey, and then a survey for the members. And I will make sure to identify which piece of data is coming from which survey. So these are both membership surveys results. The sex, you can see, leans a little bit towards males. Age is pretty evenly dispersed. Next slide. we asked the survey respondents to complete their race, and we compared that to the race within the Tempe population. As you can see in the comparison, the board and commission makeup does not fully reflect the community. We could probably be doing a little bit better in recruiting some diverse members. Next slide. The survey on the left addresses how long the survey respondent, the board and commission member, has been serving. You see a large majority has been serving about 1 to 4 years. Most of the terms are about 4 years. And then we also asked if anybody has a disability or cares for individuals with disabilities. 72% said that they do not. Next slide. This survey was also going out during the time of COVID, so we decided to ask about virtual meetings and what was needed to support the board and commission meetings to succeed. And as you can see from the results, it looks like we could perhaps embrace some video conference training or some conference call etiquette. Next slide. Now will we be moving on to questions that were asked on a Likert scale model. So the 1 through 5, 1 being strongly disagree and 5 being strongly agree. In the first series of these questions using the Likert scale model was in terms of preparedness. So as you can see on the screen, the average score of respondents was 3.88 when asked if they understood their role and felt prepared on the topics being discussed when they first started. Most members, there's a pretty good score, 4.05 on board members coming to meetings prepared to discuss agenda items, and then receiving information from staff liaisons in a timely manner. Again, 4.59 was the average score, so a lot of people agreed with that statement. Next slide. The next series of questions kind of had to do with communication. And so the survey on the left was asked board accomplishments and challenges are effectively communicated to the staff liaison. Again, the average score of the respondents was 4.17. Members felt pretty strongly about the communication towards the liaison. And then on the right-hand side, you see the same question asked, but the board accomplishments and the challenges communicated to city management and council. And at the bottom, you see the average at 3.78, which is a little bit less than the staff liaison, 32% not sure on their response. Next slide. Continuing with the communication responses, when asked if the board is effective in advising and making recommendations for city management and Tempe City Council, the score was 3.81. About 8% have disagreed with that statement. Next slide. We move on to questions that asked about the diversity. And you see here that this is when we introduce some of the staff liaison response as well. You see that 71% of members respond into strongly agreeing or agreeing that their board represents a diversity of opinions and backgrounds, and staff agrees at 76% level. So here we have both members and staff responding fairly well that they believe the board represents a diversity of opinions and backgrounds. Next slide. Now, when asked if the board that they participate on accurately represents the diversity of the city, we see a little bit of a lower number when it comes to member response. About 56% say they agree and strongly agree with that statement. And staff said they agree or strongly agree with that statement at a 76%. Next slide. We also have here a question about more of recognition. The question is, I am proud of the recommendations, actions my board has taken. This is a response from the members, and you see overall a proud member group that you have. Next slide. Here's just a general overview of the questions that we asked in the Likert scale model and the averages that you see on the left. I've highlighted the lowest ones again, the average is 1 being I strongly disagree, 5 being I strongly agree. So this just gives a general overview of when we ask something, and the highlighted ones are when they show that they disagree a little bit more than they agree. Next slide. Then we moved on to open-ended questions. With open-ended questions, we had staff review the mini comments and kind of group in themes the responses. And as you can see with the colors, if it is in orange, that means it is oh, I am so sorry, I inverted that key. So if it is in orange, that is a response from the members, and if it's in blue, that is a response from staff. So ignore the key or inverse the key, so sorry about that. So just to go through these, when asked how could the city improve board member recruitment, the main couple of themes that we heard was to use the current members to help promote and educate and share the board and commission roles and accomplishments. Some of the ideas that were brought up were doing videos to highlight certain members or the actions that were taken, use members to share their vacancies with their networks. Another theme that we heard when asked of how to improve recruitment, they said enhanced outreach using various city platforms. So platforms that the city already has, Tempe Today, the newsletter, listserv, social media, the water bill. And then lastly, we heard targeted outreach to organizations that will increase member diversity. We saw that a lot in terms of trying to get more youth involved, better coordination with high school, better coordination with organizations such as Tempe Leadership, and organizations that would really help us increase the diversity. Next slide. So another open-ended question that we had was, how could the city improve peer relationships among board members? 2 general themes came to light. One was organized informal gatherings amongst the members. These things would be, comments fell into kind of a couple of different categories here. Purely social, having happy hours and icebreakers, even kind of doing fun things to kick off the board meetings, having a certain annual retreat within the board. So things that would be within the board members. And then we had a lot of comments that wanted to explore cross-commission collaboration. As you can see by the asterisk, that was also recognized by staff. And then there was also some feedback on having the informal meetings prior to the formal meetings, where kind of you can go over the information a little bit more, you can ask questions. So this was more business related informal gathering prior to the actual meeting. And then we had the general theme of education and training to help improve peer relationships, stronger enforcement and understanding of parliamentary procedures, having mentors, maybe some that have served on the board for a while, pair up with the newbies, instituting some membership. And then one idea from staff actually said to have a centralized onboarding and training through the city. Next slide. the open-ended question that we asked was, how could the city improve member engagement with city management and council? And this is really where we saw the largest response. And again, falling into two main categories. One being encourage more direct communication. I think a large number of the members that provided feedback on this were providing feedback on not just social interactions, but also in terms of recommendations. The lack of follow-up from recommendations, not clear on the process of how their recommendations get to the council or city management. Those were the comments that we heard in the response. And then just general involvement from the council, attending their meetings, having one-on-ones with them, and then the appreciation event was brought up by staff. And then the second general theme that we heard when asked of how to improve member engagement with city management and council, one of the ideas was to better align with committees with strategic priorities. So maybe limiting the number of board and commissions or looking at their scope of work and just making sure that everybody's on the same page. A lot of these boards and commissions were originated a while ago. And so just doing a check-in on if the mission and goal and duties of the committee are in line with what council wants to see today. Next slide. I think that's all I have. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to send out the full reports to mayor and council in a Friday packet today, or the rule of 7.
Great, thank you so much, Brianne. So just a quick thing here, just got a comment about this presentation, but also the future items on the agenda that are coming up later. Because we've talked about doing a new structure for the way council committees are going to be put together, if there are requests to form new committees today or to look at certain issues, because I could see something coming out of this conversation, I won't look to make those appointments today. I would like for council members to email me offline and express their interest in participating in whatever comes up during this item or the next 3 items that come after that. So I don't want to kind of start a lot of conversation about that today, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there. But with that said, does anyone have any comments about this? The first hand I see going up is Councilmember Garlid.
Thank you, Mayor. I was so excited when I saw this on the agenda for today. So I just want to share with you some of the notes that I've taken. So I was on the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, and it was an awesome honor to be a part of that. One of the things that we talked about many times is some of the things that were mentioned on this presentation. And one of them was council member attendance. So I know how much we really would love to have had a council member there. So I know that's one of the things that was on this presentation. And speaking to other people from other commissions, they would have liked the same thing. The other one was people really wanted to be empowered more citizen-driven boards and commissions. So when on the commission that I was on, we wanted to reach out a little bit more to the neighborhoods to find out what's going on in their neighborhood, you know, any information we can bring back to our meetings. We were told that was probably not a good thing for us to do, but I think it would be really helpful to be able to open up our commissions for us to really be using them to reach out to the community in areas that we can't go to. The other one is we really wanted to understand the process and the feedback when we have recommendations. So when a commission or board recommends something to staff or council, what is the process? When do we get that information back? Or does it just, how long does it take to get back? Things like that would be really helpful. The other one is to expand the recruitment process, try to get new blood in. And I think part of that is, if you look back at the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, that would be a really good one. If they were reaching out and building relationships with the neighborhoods, it would be helpful to get new blood in, because they would be able to talk about the boards and commissions that we have. And it's just another way to try to get new blood, new people in. The other one is we really need to work on diversity, and that was part of the presentation. I really like that. The chairs on the other commissions would like to be able to review the application process and just see the applications, because they could give an opinion on some of the applications that come in, because I don't think anybody understands what a board or commission really needs. If a position is empty, then the chair itself, they will know what kind of people or what area they really need to help fill that. So I think having them be able to review some of the applications would be really helpful. The other one is to collaborate with the other commissions. And again, that was mentioned on the PowerPoint. When we were on the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, we were collaborating and discussing and meeting, with the Sustainability Commission, and we started to do that with the Transportation Commission. I just think it's, again, a great opportunity for the boards and commissions to really be empowered and really work together. The other thing is, I would like to try to see if there's a possibility for us to get one youth member on each one of the boards or commissions, or at least most of them, because it gives them an opportunity to see what's going on in the city. Again, it gives their parents an opportunity to see what boards and commissions we have, and it just opens things up more to new recruitment and new people. The other one that I thought would be helpful is to invite the different commissioners and commissions to be a part of the GAIN process. So I know when you take the vehicles around and the mayor and council member attend different GAIN events, it would be great if you invited the commissions also to see if any of those members wanted to go around and then talk to different neighborhoods about the commissions. And then the last thing I had was, again, something that was just mentioned also, is maybe a possibility to start a review process of the mission and goals of each one of the boards and commissions. And maybe it's time to review those and update them. So those are the things that I had on my list, but I really appreciate this discussion today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garlid. Next up, Councilmember Kuby.
Well, first of all, I want to say what Councilmember Garlid said, that was an amazing compendium of things. And I know that you and I are talking about this issue, and I think we have such amazing wealth and opportunity in our commission, such expertise, and to bring them into the community more would be so helpful. I think about the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, and Councilmember Adams has talked about this a lot too. If you're the commission member appointed to 85281, shouldn't you be able to go out into 85281 and talk to the neighbors there and bring back those concerns to the larger commission? So I really appreciate that. I think the idea of the youth member is really great. Think about what an opportunity that would be for a high school student to weigh in and be a part. Maybe they're not a voting member, but I just think that's an amazing idea. I think it's great that we're collecting demographic information, even though we have it only for 75 of the members. We do see it slightly more men. If I added up all the commission members and did my own little study a few months ago, and it's 60% men if you include everybody, all those that hadn't done the demographic survey before. So we are really weighted towards more towards men in our commissions. But we do see from the demographic information that we are underrepresenting Asian, Pacific Americans, Hispanics, Hispanic Americans, African Americans, and Native Americans. And I think one reaching out opportunity should be equity in action. We're developing such a network of people and organizations with equity in action. I think that could be fodder and sort of a bench for commission involvement. So I think it would be great to work with Janae and with Braden Kay and Shauna Warner on that, and trying to have equity in action be a recruitment resource for the boards and commissions. But I also wanted to ask, we are heavily weighted towards older Tempeans. 49% of our population is between 18 and 34. And, so we do have more older residents, and they maybe have more time, especially if they're retired. But maybe we do, even though people are working and raising kids, maybe there is more of an interest in volunteering and being on a commission, but there are barriers in the way, like childcare. So perhaps we should consider offering, once we're back and meeting in person, offering childcare, and maybe that will make it a little easier for people to participate in the commission meetings. And so I wanted us to consider babysitting. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. Does anyone else of the council have any other comments or questions about this item?
This is Jennifer. Can I comment?
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember Adams.
Yes. So I just really support the idea of the commissions being able to get out and ask the other, like, for example, the neighborhood commission, ask the other neighbors in their community about their feelings about how things are going, and really get the neighborhoods to be more included in the decisions and in the commissions, either directly or indirectly. I think that's really important. I know the neighborhood commission that Councilmember Garlid is served on. They were told that they couldn't go out and talk to their neighbors in their respected areas, and I completely disagree with that. And it goes against the inclusive environment that we try to promote in our communities. So I think we can really make some changes along the lines of the neighborhood commissions and all the commissions for that matter. I've talked to a lot of commissioners who feel like they need to have more of a voice. So I think this is reflective of some of the survey that Brienne got back. And so I'm just supportive of really getting them more involved, and perhaps they could give presentations to council on a more regular basis. So that I guess concludes what I want to say, but I agree with Councilmember Garlid and Councilmember Kuby on their assessment of the commissions. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Adams. I'll say, is that Vice Mayor Keating?
It is.
All right.
All right. So I had this wacky idea, and I wanted to bounce it off the group here. Our commissions are generally made up, and we discussed the demographics and all that, but they're generally built up of people that are civic minded, but may have a focus in one interest, like the transportation committee comes to mind, of folks who really kind of have an idea of what they want to see, and therefore the committee steered in that direction. And I'm not criticizing that. It's neither good nor bad, but could we do something where maybe there's one or two rotating commissioners where you serve 6 months on one committee, then you serve 6 months on another and another, just kind of get a sense overall I think there's a lot of folks who are really interested in the city, but maybe the commission kind of pigeonholes them into one subject matter. So maybe if we had like flexible seating where, again, there's some sort of term, probably a year would be more appropriate, because I know there are 2-year appointments. Maybe we could, there'd be a great variety of experience, and there'd be a better opportunity to kind of learn about the city as a whole that way. And this just kind of popped into my head right now, so I'm staff about those reasons why we can't do it. But listening to Councilmember Garland's comments, it kind of spurred some thought about how we could improve that process and maybe get more people involved in the city at a deeper level. Because if you're on a commission, I think that's kind of what you're looking for. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Keating. Any other members of council have any comments or questions? All right. So after hearing that, so what I basically heard was everyone was very comfortable with all of the ideas that Councilmember Garland suggested, and it was great that she kind of kicked it off and had a really good running list of some things that she might want incorporated. And it sounded like, Councilmember Kuby added the point about talking about, childcare options at the point that we start meeting again in person, along with just, agreeing with, Councilmember Garland's direction on this. And Vice Mayor Keating added the concept of maybe a couple of rotating memberships of someone who wants to maybe, I don't know, dip their toe in the water in terms of civic engagement and get more involved in our boards and commissions, but perhaps doesn't want to be pigeonholed on the Transportation Commission or Parks and Rec or Historic Preservation for 2 full years, but perhaps they want to do some kind of rotational program. I almost think kind of like a Tempe leadership for boards and commissions, where you're seeing different elements of the city in one unique program. So I'm wondering, Councilmember Garland, I'm going to go back to you for a second. It sounded like you had a lot of those things already kind of written down and very well sketched out. Is there any way that you could add childcare and a possible rotation program and send that over to myself and Brienne?
Absolutely. I'll share all my notes with you. Definitely. Thank you. I thought that was a great idea, by the way.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Adams.
Yes, I'll go to Councilmember Adams and then Councilmember Kuby.
Yes, so I do think that the childcare is a great idea, but I also think that we really need to have some clarification on particularly the neighborhood commission about them being able to talk to their neighbors in their respected zip codes.
Yes, Councilmember Adams, to that point, yeah, I mean, I know, I know you and I have had that conversation. I've had it with another person on council as well about, right, and I think your basic perspective is, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I forgot to turn my screen back on here, but is that like if you are from we have people from every zip code who are members of the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, and you and I think Councilmember Garlid were saying, like, I think part of that role should be doing outreach to people in those zip codes and then finding some kind of more formalized way to present that information, not only to staff, but to members of the city council. So we're getting a real kind of on the ground look at these things from the people who've been appointed to that commission. Is that sort of a correct assessment?
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, and and I think that we will definitely make sure to address that, because I do think it's a really good point that if those folks are going to be representatives of every zip code throughout this city from north to south, then making sure that we get their sort of their pure feedback from being on the ground people in those zip codes and in their neighborhoods. I think that's very vital input that we can all use as council members. So. And then I'm going to go to Councilmember Kuby here.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the equity and action piece was left, and that they would be a great recruitment resource for us in trying to find folks to make the commissions more representative of Tempe. And also thank you, Brianne, for all that work. I'm wondering if it's possible also to look at the geographic distribution of our residents. And that's something we know from addresses. We could show, zip code is good, but that's rough. Maybe just by showing their address, we could kind of map where they are, because we might find out that they're from one area more than another. And I think that would be helpful information, maybe in a Friday packet or the next time we hear about this.
That sounds good to me. Brianne, what do you think?
Mayor Woods, Councilmember Kuby, yes, we do collect their addresses so we could calculate their zip codes and kind of show them geographically.
Thank you.
One follow-up here to Vice Mayor Keating. I just want to kind of get his thoughts on the fly about a suggestion, maybe some kind of, let's say, a commission fellowship program, like a 4-year program where that you can be on 4 different committees in 4 years, or maybe it's a 2-year program where you're on 2 committees. Would that be still, from your perspective, a little bit too pigeonholed, that a year term is too long and you'd want to shorten it? I just want to kind of flesh out your idea a lot, because it's an interesting concept.
No, I think a year term is appropriate, and this could be a 2 birds with 1 type idea, where it could be a college student or just a Tempe youth, whether they're in high school or and going to go to ASU or something like that. So yeah, I mean, I don't have any hard and fast ideas about term, how long the term is and who can and cannot serve on it. But I just think a lot of people on commissions are probably interested more than one area of the city. So I think it'd be kind of a unique thing that I don't know if any other cities do.
Excellent. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And actually, to your point, that sort of brought me back to something that Councilmember Kuby said. I do think, and not to pigeonhole anyone in any way, shape, or form, but I do think that kind of a program, that kind of board or commission fellowship program might be great when we're talking about involving younger people, recent high school grads or college students, people who are still trying to, like when you're starting in college and you're trying to figure out exactly what your major might be. And many times people don't make that decision until the end of their 2nd full year. And so that might be a great alternative. It could be great for people of any age or any background, but I'm thinking especially for a person who might be 19, 20 years old, who's trying to get more actively involved in the city, but isn't really sure they want to commit to a 2-year term on one specific board, but they're really trying to get a flavor for all the different commissions, because they're trying to figure out exactly where their interests are and where they could best be, plugged in to help the city of Tempe and to serve. So I think that's a really, really interesting, creative idea.
I agree. I think it's a great idea, Randy.
Excellent. So we'll talk about that. And Councilmember Kuby, I've also made sure in my notes here to capture, your comments about making sure to include equity and action in these conversations. All right. So what it sounds like is maybe Councilmember Garlid, maybe you and I should connect, not necessarily today after the meeting, but, maybe early next week, and try to synthesize some of the comments and make sure, because you were really the one that started with a fantastic synopsis of some of your suggestions. and then we'll get those over to Brianna and we'll begin working on them.
Absolutely. I'd love to do that, Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Any other comments from council members about this item? All right. Hearing none. Thank you very much. No, great conversation. So next up, we have the conversation regarding item number 4, which is the Economic Recovery Task Force. And so this item came up, just a little bit of a presentation, not presentation, but a little bit of a lead in at least. This came up because there were a lot of folks on the council who were having conversations, especially kind of in the era of COVID, talking about 2 things. One, what can we do to really help our business community, especially our small and medium-sized businesses and a lot of our local businesses during this time when they're clearly struggling. People are not going out like they once did. They're not spending the money they did prior to the advent of COVID. So trying to find out what we can do to help get them through this period of time so that they are, when a vaccine is found and when this all subsides and we all talk about it later on with our kids, grandkids, and friends that, you know, about this moment in time, but to make sure that they are still there when this is all over. But also some of the things are to prepare plans that we might not be able to implement right now in the middle of August because it's very hot, but to make sure that in a month or 2, we really do have plans ready to roll at the point that this begins to hopefully subside a little bit. So there were a number of council members I know that had conversations and sent in suggestions about the agenda to say, what about the concept of creating some kind of economic recovery task force that might work with organizations such as the Tempe Chamber of Commerce, Local First Arizona, the Downtown Tempe Authority, to really get something like this off the ground and show our business community that we really are there for them during this really difficult and tough time. So that was kind of my lead in. Andrew and Ken, I know you've offered also to kind of, fill in some things here too. I want to turn it over to you and see if you have something you want to add before letting council speak.
Thank you, Mayor Woods. This is Ken. I would just say that staff stands ready to implement whatever practice you want to gather the input from our businesses in the community. And the task force you're recommending sounds like a great idea to staff, and we stand ready to implement whatever ideas you come up with, whether it be a working group, we'll participate in that, or a staff-driven effort to try to identify some kind of initiatives that we could bring back to you for consideration. Whichever way you want to go, we're ready.
Great. Thank you so much, Ken. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
My preference would be a staff-driven process, as Ken mentioned, kind of keep the politics out of it and let staff come up with what they think is best and come to the council with a presentation that we could, approve or not approve certain elements of kind of a larger a plan, again, driven by staff.
Okay, I'm taking some notes, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much. Let me go to my participants here and see who's got a hand up. I've got Councilmember Arredondo-Savage and then Councilmember Kuby.
Thank you, Mayor Woods. I definitely appreciate the opportunity. I think first and foremost, I think we all realize it's kind of an unprecedented times for sure, and our businesses are really important to this community and make up who we are. So the idea of laying focus on to some of the things that we can do now and in the future to really help everybody stay afloat and to be successful, I 100% support what that looks like. I do want to just take a quick second to say thank you to Ken and Rosa and Donna and Jill and those individuals that have already really kind of been working, behind the scenes, trying to pull everybody together, our business leader community, and really implementing some solid programs to be able to help our businesses with all their needs that they have. I just want to say thank you guys so much for doing that, continuing to pull everybody together. I'm very open to what the process looks like moving forward. I think what I would say is it's really important that we take a leading role. I think we can be the connectors of bringing everybody together and making sure that our businesses have the right resources that they need and that their questions are answered and they can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And if it's staff driven, I 100% believe in our staff, but I also too, as a council member and realizing sometimes it's nice to have some say and some input into that. And if it's helpful, then yes, I would support that too. But I'm very supportive of the idea and 100% support it. But I'm open to what that process looks like and happy to participate in any way you would want me to. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Next up is Councilmember Kuby.
Yes, I like what Councilmember Keating was saying. I think it should be staff-driven just because of the immediacy of it, and we don't want things to get hung up with scheduling and such. But I would just ask that there be sort of periodic reports, whether it's in a Friday packet or every work study, we have a short sort of update so we can all stay really involved and committed. And the other thing I'd like to emphasize is I think when we think economic recovery, our natural thinking is to go to businesses, but I think we have to think about the other part of the equation, and that's workers. And we need to really have a human service and a social service function there. So I realize if this staff initiative or the staff grouping will be interdepartmental like so many of our other initiatives are. So I would just urge that the human services and social services be a part of that, and that we focus on workers as well.
Great suggestion, Councilmember Kuby. Thank you so much. Next up, we're going to go to Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Kuby pretty much covered what I was going to say, so I'm all good. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Adams. Next up, Councilmember Navarro.
Mayor, and I apologize. I had a work question I had to take care of, and I caught the tail end of it. But I think you might have glazed over it. Just our abilities to have some areas to help out within the city to make things a little bit easier on our business owners, relaxing a little bit of the rules. I think we talked about this before, letting expansion of premise happen, utilizing parks to let them slip into eating and drinking and whatnot. But those things I think are extremely important, and any other creative things that we can do to assist, I think that we need to really start looking at them. So that's my 2 cents.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Do I have any other members of council who want to speak?
Mayor Woods, this is Ken. I'd like to add one more thing when you get a chance.
Yes, Ken, please go ahead.
So just as a preview, when we come back to you on August 20th with our budget reduction scenarios, we will cover one more time the COVID recovery initiatives that total about $8 million, which include economic recovery for businesses as one category, and equity-based recovery of individuals as another category. So you'll have another chance to see that then. And if you want this to be staff-driven, they will get the direction on August 20th that that's where you would like some of these resources allocated, and they will come back to you with ideas for that. So that process has already begun to some extent.
Excellent, Ken. And to that point, I was going to ask you. So you said August 20th. How soon do you think you might be able to have a kind of report back to council on some of the progress?
Well, right now, Mayor, those are just concepts and they aren't fleshed out, and we're waiting for the city council to say, yes, that concept fits within our budget strategy. The only way we wouldn't go forward with that is if you said these cuts are too deep, cut some of those recovery programs and put it back in the budget so we don't have to cut as deeply. If you say go forward, then they're going to immediately start fleshing those out. Some of them, like contributing more to our partners from human services that already get grants from us, increasing those amounts, that will take almost no time. Creating some of the business recovery programs might take a little longer, but I'm saying like weeks, not months.
Right. And Ken, just to make sure I'm totally clear too, you need that direction from council on August 20th?
On August 20th, the city council, we're gonna readdress those issues that you said, these cuts are too deep. We're gonna come back to you with that. And then we're going to readdress the issues of COVID recovery initiatives and have you tell us, yes, those categories seem appropriate, flesh those out for us, or I want to add something, or one of those doesn't seem appropriate at all. So you'll have that chance on August 20th. For you, Mayor, you'll have your first chance at it.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate it.
Yep.
One of the things I was going to say too is just that This is exciting. I mean, just, I know everyone on council is tremendously supportive of our small business community, a lot of our local businesses. And the exciting thing, from my perspective is too, in conversations I've had, whether it's with Local First Arizona or the Tempe Chamber or the Downtown Tempe Authority, they are smaller organizations than the city of Tempe. And one of the many things that they've said is that they have a lot of very interesting initiatives and things that they would also like to do to extend a helping hand to our business community and try to find ways to help us plan. But they really could use the resources and the weight that the city of Tempe brings behind it to partner with them to get a lot of these initiatives off the ground. I know some of those conversations, as Ken talked about, have already happened, and I've had some of them already with several council members on this call. But I do think that, given the fact that we're all seemingly very much on the same page, we can do a whole lot of good and have a huge impact in this area. So with that said, it looks like, the consensus here is to really kind of at this point go not necessarily away from, but not to initially implement a kind of a council-driven task force, but more to have something that is a staff-driven process so we can move it along a lot quicker. On August 20th, Ken's going to come back to this council for direction during our formal meeting there. And then at that point, we will then, as Councilmember Kuby talked about, kind of request from staff that we get regular updates just so we know about the progress of this. And also just to talk about one other point that Councilmember Kuby made, Ken also talked about making sure that equity was part of those conversations. So talking about workers, human service needs, things of that nature will be captured in the research and a lot of the recommendations that staff will be making to us. So did that, from a council standpoint, kind of fairly and accurately reflect that all that was discussed? Or did I leave anything out?
Damn, that was good.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby.
I'm in full support of that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams and Councilmember Garlid. All right, great. All right, then I guess, Ken, well, actually, I see the city manager, Mr. Ching, has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I would just add that we, in looking at updates following the August 20th meeting and moving it in a staff-driven direction with regular updates to council, could and should probably commit to having as a standing item on city managers' updates for regular meetings, that this item would be something we would prioritize and bring back updates so that as we could begin to get back into our regular meeting schedule, this would be a top priority item to keep both council and the public updated on our progress. We were doing that throughout the pandemic under COVID-19, but I think what this is looking at is more of a recovery and resilience piece of it. How do we come out from and recover and are more resilient from an economic and human services standpoint? So I think it's appropriate to look at that being the standing item moving forward, if that's the pleasure of mayor and council.
Yes, Mr. City Manager, that sounds good to me. Any members of council have any comments or concerns?
Sounds good to me.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. Great. All right. Well, look, it sounds like we've got direction on this item. So I feel good moving forward. I guess, Alec, Andrew, Ken, I guess you've sort of got your marching orders. So.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see here. Going back to our agenda here. Next up, and we're moving right through, people. We're doing well. Next up here, we've got item number 5, which is housing and homelessness performance measures update. And once again, a little bit of this. I'm going to kick this over to Naomi Farrell, Levon Lamy, and Nicole Stevens. But one of the reasons why we wanted to talk about this item was that, I know for myself and Councilmember Garlid, we were definitely aware of the affordable housing impact statement that the prior council passed. But at the same time, we haven't really had a chance to delve into it as much as the other members of the council who have been here over the last 2-3 years. And so wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to talk about that affordable housing impact statement, what that was for members of the public, and to kind of see what progress we've made in terms of achieving that goal. Because we always want to make sure that whatever documents we adopt as council members, they don't just become nice documents that end up in someone's file cabinet or on someone's Google Drive, but that, as Councilmember Kuby mentioned earlier, we're constantly going back and looking at them and making sure that we're actually fulfilling our responsibility to our residents and that we really are adding up to the performance measures that are spelled out in those documents. And then, of course, that's the housing point, but from a homelessness standpoint as well, we've had a lot of conversations about this, and we've had a lot of challenges in this area. I know the city manager has led a regional task force on this with other city managers throughout the valley, and I know there have been a lot of council members on this council who've been very dedicated to homelessness and human services. At the same time, though, we know a lot of these needs have been exacerbated due to the situation with COVID-19. And we always really have a special feeling about this, especially in the summer when it comes to a lot of our, homeless brothers and sisters who might be out there right now in 115, 116 temperatures. So this item I know is very much top of mind for a lot of folks on this council. And so I wanted to make sure both housing and homelessness were added to this agenda. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Naomi and her team.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Woods. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Naomi Farrell, Human Services Director. And as stated earlier, presenting this afternoon will be Levon Lamy, our Housing Services Manager, and Nicole Stevens, our Homeless Solutions Supervisor. The purpose today will provide an update on the Human Services performance measures specific to housing and homelessness. I'm going to hand it over to Levon, and he'll walk us through our housing service performance measures.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Levon Lamy. I manage housing services for the city of Tempe. The first measure for housing services is 1.19, which is to achieve a resolution rate for all housing quality standards issues related to life, health, or safety within 24 hours. Resolving a resolution rate in life, health, and life-threatening situations is not only a statutory and a regulatory requirement for all of our voucher programs. We do have that at 100% compliance. We are continually monitoring this, educating landlords, and working with tenants and landlords to mitigate so that we're able to ensure everyone is in a decent, safe, and sanitary housing unit. The second measure for housing services is 3.05, which is to achieve a housing choice voucher program optimization of either 98% of vouchers leased or 99% of available funding spent. Due to some of the complications of COVID and the ability to lease and look for units, at the end of the last fiscal year, we were at 97% of budget utilized rather than 99%. However, HUD has allowed us to roll that funding forward, so we will be able to use it for next year. We are continually monitoring, fair market rents, current rents within the city of Tempe, our lease rates, and actively and proactively pulling folks off of our waiting lists and starting to process eligibility so that we can maintain our lease rates. Lease rate and budget utilization are incredibly important to the subsidy programs because our budget for next year is entirely dependent on how much of that funding we spend this year. So in order to continue maintaining as many households as possible, we have to be running the program as effectively as we possibly can. The third measure for housing services is 4.09, which is to achieve a housing inventory ratio for affordable workforce and market rate housing categories that meet the recommendations made for a 3-person household in the most recent study. The most recent study was concluded at the end of near the end of calendar year 2017. That study was one of the basis and starting points for the city's overall affordable housing strategy document that was approved by Mayor and Council on July 31st, 2019. That document does consist of roughly 20 independent strategies that were designed to operate as levers responding to the market activity. Of the strategies, 3 were prioritized for immediate implementation. E1, implementing an affordable housing impact statement. B1, expanding the use of incentives such as fee waivers, reimbursements, abatements. A2, to dedicate initial seed funding to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. For component E1, The Affordable Housing Impact Statement was initially implemented in February of 2019, consistent with the approved plan. It was fully implemented in August of 2019. A little later in the presentation, we'll go through some of the specifics of the impact statements that have been received. B1 was a part to incentivize development, was part of the density bonus program, which was rolled in and part of the Urban Core Master Plan, which may be coming back to coming to council for review at a later time. A2, dedicating initial seed funding for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This was a little bit of a two-part strategy. One was coming up with funding to provide initial seed funding so that we could start implementing all of the strategies. The other was identifying a recurring funding stream that does compound over time. This specific strategy was given a 5-year implementation period so that staff, mayor and council, and all appropriate interested parties had time to identify the most appropriate long-term dedicated funding stream for the affordable housing strategy measures. I would also note that not only have we worked on the 3 that were prioritized, of the 20, there are 10 of them, including these 3, that are in some form of implementation and have actively been worked on. As part of the affordable housing strategy, common uniform definitions were worked on and agreed to so that we all knew exactly what we were talking about while we were working on the affordable housing strategies. Affordable housing is 0 to 80% area median income. Workforce housing is 81 to 120. Market rate housing is 121% and above. Within the affordable housing category, there are subcategories. Extremely low income, 0 to 30%. Very low income, 31 to 50% AMI. Lower income, 51 to 60%. And low, 61 to 80%. The affordable housing category with the 0 to 80 is where the bulk and substantially all of the federal resources we receive, either in the form of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Program, or the DSG Emergency Solutions Grants, do have income caps that hover at 80% with quite a few rules that go in that. So that is where the bulk of the federal funding comes in. Workforce housing, as we work to maintain and develop more workforce housing, we do have to look for outside funding sources from the typical federal sources. We have been primarily focusing on the affordable housing aspect of maintaining, preserving, and attempting to increase the number of affordable housing units, because with the inventory that was conducted at the end of 2017, the 0 to 30% range had a shortage of 7,912 units. The 31 to 50% range had a shortage of 8,595 units, excuse me. The overall inventory did show that 49.3% of the overall housing market in Tempe, rentals and homeownership, are available to affordable housing income levels. Workforce housing was 34.2%. Market rate housing was 16.5%. So we have been focusing a lot on the affordable housing because that is where the overall largest gap is for the most vulnerable within the city. One of the downward pressures that we do like to pay attention to and note are, folks who can afford to live in market rate housing can make the choice to live in less costly units and occupy a workforce or affordable unit. However, someone whose income falls within the affordable or workforce housing limits cannot bump up to a market rate housing unit. They simply don't have the financial capability for that. As part of the affordable housing impact statements, again, this was initially implemented in February of 19, fully implemented in August of 2019. There is considerably more detail in attachment 3 to the packet, itemizing. However, of the affordable housing impact statements received, there have been 12 over that 1-year period. They propose 1,309 units to be developed, 21% market rate, 59% workforce housing, 5% in the affordable housing range to be added, and a project that is blended at affordable and workforce comprising 14% or 187 of the 1,309 units. I would like to point out that these impact statements were collected at the front end of these projects as these developers were approaching community development with these projects in order to remain consistent and compliant with the overall strategy document. As these projects get closer to permitting and the certificate of occupancy, a second impact statement will be requested and submitted so that we are able to reconcile where the project started when they approached community development in X year and where the project has ended up X number of years later, so that we can actually see what that development looks like and what the project is going to finalize, so that we can reconcile. Now, the impact statement does help us to maintain an idea of what our housing stock looks like over time. I would like to point out that the housing inventory we are working to get it in line with our 5-year consolidated planning period. So in the fall of this year, November, December, we will be completing another full housing inventory so that we have completely updated numbers that we would then refresh in 2025.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Kuby, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Levon, I have a question about this slide 8, where you see 778 new units for workforce housing. Does that include the Evergreen project that was proposed?
Yes, ma'am, I believe it does.
Because the AHIS statement, important part of the affordable housing impact statement is the term of affordability or the term of workforce housing ability. And I know in that case, there's no commitment. It's not truly workforce because they're not committing to holding it to workforce housing prices. And also, it's at the very top of the workforce housing scale, like 120%. And I realize it still fits into that category, but how do we delineate between those projects that actually have affordable, that have commitments beyond, just the time it's built, but have actually a term of commitment?
In the data tracking that we maintain in the detailed worksheets, we track, we track projects that have covenants, commitments, versus folks who are doing things voluntarily or may have been providing an in lieu fee or an in lieu payment because they still wanted to help affordable housing. They just weren't able to fit it into their project. We do have considerably more detailed information that we would be happy to provide.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, I'm looking to a couple other hands here. I see Councilmember Arredondo-Savage, and I believe Vice Mayor Keating had his hand up at 1 point too.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I actually, Councilmember Kuby was nailed exactly what I was wanting to talk about, which was the term of the affordability and how that kind of works into our overall goals. Because like she mentioned, I mean, that one particular project, I know that's just one, was really barely made it into the workforce housing category, but yet there was no longevity in regards to how long it would stay affordable. So I don't know, Levon, if you could talk a little bit about that. I will say this too for our housing team. Thank you guys so much for all of your work. I mean, we've come a really long way, and have really, put together some, great ideas to really focus on affordable housing comprehensively. So I'm grateful to each and every one of you for what you guys can continue to do and how we continue to grow our housing stock.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Let me see if I have any other hands here. No, looks like I'm okay. Levon, did you want to continue?
Sure. As part of the covenant, the long term of the affordable housing, to answer Councilmember Arredondo-Savage's question, the study did recommend that there be 30-year covenants. We do understand that does prove a little bit challenging at times because there's no inclusionary zoning and some of the other restrictions that we face. Depending on the individual project, if we are putting city assets or city funds into it, or we're including some of the CDBG or home funds, we are including these as very long-term projects. Either a permanent affordability period or a minimum of 17 years, a minimum of 30 years, depending on whether the project was, the agreement was reached prior to the affordable housing strategy or after. So we are consciously working to have the longest possible terms on these affordable housing projects that we can get. Up to and including, we have supplied some loans to some projects, which make them permanently affordable until they choose to repay the loan. So I believe that, but we can definitely provide more information and some update on that. And just one thing that I wanted to mention that came through today that does impact the affordable housing and the affordable housing impact statement is this morning, 8:30, 9 o'clock, somewhere in that neighborhood. HUD sent out some updated guidance and some updated information about eviction prevention for at-risk tenants that will play a large role in what we are doing with the housing programs, particularly subsidized programs, and any of these projects and developments that have covenants or agreements with us, because they would be covered under this guidance that was issued. So we will be working on that and having to provide supplemental, because that will impact some of what we're doing with these. And that concludes the affordable house or the housing services piece.
So if there's no further questions for Levon, we're going to go ahead and move on to our homeless measure.
Actually, I've got a couple of questions on my end. So just two things. One question is, so what is, and this is kind of an editorial question, and I guess, anyone can chime in on this who's on the call, but my question is, what can we be doing as council members to ensure that we hit our affordable housing goals? What do we need to be doing from your perspective to make sure that we get more affordable and workforce housing in the city? And I understand that clearly it's very challenging. We have a challenging environment. I've talked to people on the East Coast where they don't have prohibitions against inclusionary zoning, where there's, where they've got tax increment financing, where they have all these other tools to actually get affordable housing. And I know the challenge here in Arizona is, because of some of those restrictions, you have to be incredibly creative or incredibly aggressive when it comes to trying to make sure that we really hit these goals and make sure that all of our populations are served and that we really do truly maintain the diversity that Tempe is known for. So what, from your perspective, what is the best thing that, I can do as mayor and this council can do to really make sure we hit those goals and make sure that we get that kind of housing?
There are several things that we would always be more than happy to have help with. One of them is the consistent messaging from mayor and council that we have been receiving, and I'm certain will probably continue in the future, because as I will note that as developers are looking at coming into Tempe with potential projects. I am receiving phone calls asking exactly what does the affordable housing strategy document say, exactly what are the expectations, and trying to understand from the front end as they're looking at projects how they would need to incorporate affordable housing into the overall pro forma so that they can make a project pencil. Those phone calls have certainly had an uptick over the last year as the consistent messaging has been out there from mayor and council. I can absolutely say that we have worked with some developers who are a little further along in the process, helping them with looking at their pro forma and helping them identify, in theory, if, with 30 pages of disclaimers later, figuratively, you may be able to include this blend of affordable, this blend of workforce into your project, and really taking housing services taking a much more active and hands-on approach with developers or the development attorneys who are requesting our assistance to structure a project correctly, because especially if you're going to put in affordable housing that does hit the 0 to 50, even the 0 to 60, you have to plan for that at the front end of your project, so that you're building in the requirements. Another thing that we definitely have been exploring and looking at and would like a support on is public-private partnerships. We have been exploring ways to do P3s for whether it was actually all possible scenarios. Was it city-owned land? Was it CDBG-owned land? Is it privately owned land that we, work on subsidizing or buying down the cost of the development? Some type of public-private partnership. We have also explored opportunities where we, for lack of better phrasing, we would pay we would pay a developer to build a complex for us, which we would then have a 30 to 40-year mortgage on, that kind of like having a new house built. We're going to take out the loan from the bank, the contractor's going to build it, and then we just need to make our debt service payments out of the operations of the business, out of the building and the complex itself. Those definitely would be mixed income, mixed use projects in order to be able to meet everything. So those are definitely part of it. Affordable housing developers, anything that anyone's able to do to help attract and have conversations with affordable housing developers is always very helpful. We do have a little bit of time still on the initially approved measure, but funding in the trust fund and that recurring funding stream, because a lot of the strategies in the affordable housing strategy document are dependent upon the additional funding stream coming in outside of our typical CDBG and home funding.
Excellent. So one of the big things I took away too, Levon, from what you were saying too, is consistent communication. And the good thing is too, for the couple of folks who've reached out to me from the development community since I've been mayor over the last 5 weeks, I've definitely heard what you're hearing as well. That when I get in a meeting and I ask a question about what can you do to incorporate some affordable or workforce housing, I definitely hear that I'm not the first person who's had that conversation with the zoning attorney or with the development, with their client. And so that's a good thing, that when they're not just hearing it from one person, when they're hearing it over and over and over again from everyone on the city council, I think it's tremendously helpful, and it makes the job so much easier for our staff when it comes to helping us achieve these goals. So I think that's critical. I'm wondering too, and this might be, Andrew, I just want to ask you this myself, and I don't know if we've got Donna or Maria or Alex or someone else on the call, but I mean, my question also is, what else can we do when it comes to, like 2 things? Well, one, recruiting. We know that there are people, whether they're national builders or even international builders, who this is their space. they do affordable housing. This is what they do. They do workforce housing. And how can we do even more to make sure that we are actively recruiting those folks to come here and do more work in Tempe? That's one question. And then secondly, I know our hands are tied a lot when it comes to incentives for development as a result of a lot of, preemptions that have happened at the state legislature. But I'm just sort of wondering, are there things that we can do on the incentive side that would actually, I think from my perspective, and I could be way overstating this, I think a lot of residents, when we talk about incentives, have real concerns about incentives being given for projects that they feel are going to come out of the ground anyway, or just simply lowering the property tax bill for a developer, but the residents aren't seeing any added benefit. They're not seeing the affordable housing. They're not seeing the open space. They're not seeing the things that they want, the traffic calming in their neighborhood or the public art. But I think that they don't have as much of a problem with incentives when they're actually getting something back, something that's bettering their community or meeting a need that really speaks to Tempe's values. And so I'm also wondering what kinds of incentives, albeit limited, might be on the table for the council and staff to use when we are trying to get more affordable and workforce housing in our community. I guess that's a big question, but I was wondering, whether, Levon, Andrew, or if there's anyone else from economic development on the call, if they might be able to offer some insight there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and kick it off. And I'll certainly defer to the other staff that you mentioned, especially Alex, Donna, and Levon. When you think about recruiting, I mean, one of the things that we do is we rely upon having relationships with existing developers who we know specialize in affordable housing. There's a limited number of those, but one of the things that possibly we could look at, and I would want to explore the possibility further, would be to perhaps issue some sort of an RFQ sometime in the near future to actually create a qualified list of developers who are interested in and can show the financial wherewithal to actually build affordable housing. Once you get into the affordable realm, the issue is always how do you close the gap between making a project profitable at a market rate or at a workforce rate to close it into the affordable realm. And that's always been the barrier that I know that we hear a lot from developers. But if you had an RFQ that required them to do some demonstration of financial wherewithal, be it through low-income housing tax credits, be it through a combination of state, federal, and regional opportunities, whatever it might be, to kind of identify, especially identifying land within the city that is either owned by the city or can be acquired via any of the means that we acquire properties for the purpose of home funding or for Section 8 or any of the other programs that we administer at a local level, having that on-call list of qualified developers who both want to and also specialize in and have the financial resources to make it happen might be a good first step. But I would certainly defer to the rest of staff as well. Just some thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So I would go to Donna Kennedy, and then I also do see Councilmember Kuby's hand.
Hello, Mayor Woods, council members, Donna Kennedy here. I'm calling in, so I hope you can hear me. But following up to Andrew's comment, very well spoken and very well stated, and it is a matter of a financial gap usually. And when you see the presentation on August 20th, as far as ideas and funding resources, we relay those on our strategic priorities and have a crossover between all departments. For example, if there's an infrastructure need in a way the city can help, it might help diminish that gap to get affordable housing developed. So we are foreseeing this. We do have some outreach programs going on with our staff as far as how we can locate the different developers to do this for us, and especially that RFP or RFQ that Andrew had stated. But if you really pay attention to what we're going to present on August 20th, part of it is the community reinvestment on infrastructure that could help them, and especially in our opportunity zones where the lower income census tracts are. So we've got a plan that ties to existing plans, and I think it'll be well received on the 20th.
Great. Thank you, Donna. Councilmember Kuby?
Thank you so much. I'm just thinking, this is a retreat and it's an opportunity to kind of think bigger and bolder and also to, not silo these discussions. And one thing that weighs heavily in my mind, and I know it weighs heavily on everyone's mind that's here today, is the impacts of COVID-19 on our housing picture. And I mean, it's what keeps me up at night, knowing that the unemployment insurance, $600 a week, ran out for everyone last week, and even if it's reinstated or whatever amount, it's going to be weeks before people will see those checks. And so I worry about the cascading impacts and what will happen, especially in October when the moratorium on evictions is lifted by the governor, though it could be extended. It was extended once, and then we're looking at a cataclysm, a tsunami of housing need and crisis. And I think we need to think about having a planning, I don't know if it's a planning exercise, if this is staff driven, but I know that the university has a lot of expertise. And this morning, you and I, Mr. Mayor, were privy to a discussion with Tricia Solis, who's from the School of Geographical Sciences and Urban Planning, and a group called New America. And they've been doing research with the university. And they're in the process of developing a census tract level heat map, a heat map of Maricopa County that shows evictions, foreclosures, and housing loss. And they showed over this 5-year period of 2014 to 2018, soon to be adapted to 2019. And they think that past housing loss is probably an indicator of future housing loss. So they're using that and getting more and more information and want to overlay COVID data with that as well. They're finalizing the map, and what's fascinating is it has socioeconomic data, racial data, other factors, and you could see just in Tempe, the neighborhoods at the sub-census tract level that they expect to be really hard hit, which has the opportunity of letting, we could have communication efforts and outreach efforts to those communities and let them know about financial assistance or rental assistance or utility assistance, and sort of in times now where things are, before whatever really hits the fan. So I guess I'm bringing this up because I think we need to kind of look at the eviction predictions or projections and try and incorporate that in our planning, because I'm personally terrified of what might be happening in the fall. So I didn't know if we'd have some consensus, but I would hope to maybe that this group is about to announce their findings, these heat maps, and they've featured Tempe. And I was hoping that in the next council meeting, we could get a presentation so all council could be privy to that and see this presentation about where we think the areas in Tempe are going to be most impacted.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. No, I think that's a really important part of the discussion. If we can understand, some of the pockets of our community where we can kind of maybe foresee where we might have some challenges moving forward, I think it's important for us not to simply react, but it's important for us to be proactive. And if we've got that kind of data, some of that you and I were privy to this morning, I think it's important to make sure that that's incorporated as part of this sort of bigger kind of visioning session that we're doing. Because if we're not looking at the trends and kind of trying to identify where some of the problem areas or hotspots might be, we're going to then, be left with a problem that might have been preventable if we had just sort of had that bigger, sort of deeper conversation. So I absolutely think we need to find a way to weave that into the conversation. Oh, Councilmember, you're muted.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Robbins, can I just finish one thing?
Oh, sure.
But we have a Justice of the Peace, Tyler Kissel, who really leads the justice across the county and looking at eviction data and putting it together. And ASU is going to be connecting with him, based on our conversation today. I think it's they have a constable there too, Karen Lathan, who's done amazing work in going out before people are evicted and reaching out to them with social service information about assistance, and that could be a model going forward. So I'm hoping that we could have, staff could look into evictions and what we see in the future, and so we could do some planning with housing accordingly.
Excellent.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams. Thank you for being so patient.
Oh, sure.
Now I'm going to go ahead and add that in. Councilmember Adams, you are up, and then I'm going to go to Alex Smith.
Okay, just real quickly, I would be supportive of having a presentation that Lauren was referring to. I think it would be really helpful. And I do think that this is going to become an emergency situation. I would like to see us get ahead of it and be proactive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
100% agree, Councilmember Adams. Thank you. Alex Smith, you are up next.
With respect to what the city could do to incentivize the housing, I would like to bring an example that we've already done with Gilbane along Apache. The city had some remnant pieces of property and we sold it to them to allow them to make a larger development. And instead of just selling the property at what we would call an unassembled price, and to get into the weeds a little bit there, that's just the land as it sits without the entitlements. And obviously, once you get the entitlements for the higher density housing, the land's worth more, and that would be the assembled price. What we did was capture the value between those two prices and convert those into 50 some odd workforce housing units in a separate building on that development, and worked with Levon and his team to secure restrictive covenants, along with the city attorney's help, obviously, on that property for quite some time. I believe it was a 17, 18-year period, and Levon set the pricing for that as well during that time. So that's an example of what we've already done and what we can do.
Thank you, Alex. Really appreciate that. And yeah, and just, a quick note about the restrictive covenants. I mean, I do think that, from a council and staff perspective, I do think it's important that we push for those as much as humanly possible, so we're able to, give our residents, some peace of mind to know that we really are guaranteeing that this housing will be affordable, maybe not in perpetuity, but maybe for the next 20 to 30 years. So I think as much as we can actually push for those things, I know that in every situation and circumstance with each developer, everything is a little bit different. But I think, as Levon talked about earlier, the more consistent our messaging on this, the higher likelihood that we actually get what we want and what we need. So I think that's really, really crucial. There was, let's see, I wanted to see if there's any other hands here. Councilmember Kuby.
I am so loquacious today. Well, there's one thing I wanted to ask about that staff could ask about. I know that IDAs, our industrial development authorities, can have an impact on housing and affordable and workforce housing. And Pima County is actually really well known for this. And I have a report from them in my role at Stardust Center for Affordable Homes for the Family that I could send to staff with the council's permission. But I'm wondering what role the IDAs our IDA, our Tempe IDA, could take in the affordable housing arena. And I wonder with this RFQ, if there's a possibility to have some kind of affordable housing summit to bring together the industry partners, academic partners, and just say, and just sort of delineate what opportunities are out there and ways to move forward in this world where we're challenged with preemption.
I think that's a really great idea. I mean, to have a summit and just, I think the summit's important. And I just want to just say really quickly, it's kind of an editorial comment to anyone from the public that's watching this, because I know sometimes there's a lot of conversation about affordable housing and people might say, why are they spending so much time on this particular issue? And some folks get very concerned when they hear that term. But the reality and what you've heard, if you're watching from home, that our staff has talked about, affordable housing is tougher to make work from a financial standpoint. So our staff has to get very creative when it comes to closing some of these financial gaps and clearing some of the obstacles that it takes to get affordable housing and workforce housing in our community. The luxury product, the market rate product, that stuff tends to build itself. It's a lot easier to, they can make that work much easier from a financial standpoint. But if we really are going to make a commitment to get more affordable and workforce housing, and really it's not about us just skewing completely in one direction, it's retaining a balance to make sure that everyone from all different backgrounds and income levels and demographics can continue to live here. We do, as a council, have to put in more effort sometimes and a staff on the affordable side that we might have to put in when it comes to market rate and what people deem as luxury product, just because of the issues when it comes to finances. So I just wanted to put that out there for anyone who happens to be watching right now. But going back to Councilmember Kuby's point, I do think at some point that it might be great to get some kind of a summit together. and and it might be a little bit tougher with COVID, but obviously what we're doing right now and having a retreat fully virtually, it means we might be able to get even more participation because people who are in that kind of affordable housing space from all over the country, even if they don't have the ability to travel, if they hear about the city of Tempe's interest and mission towards doing more of this, they can, chime in and pipe in from wherever they happen to be online like we are now and give some of their ideas. And people then obviously see that this is a city that really deeply cares about this issue and really wants to advance the ball downfield. So I think that's a very good suggestion and something I'm absolutely open to doing. I also see once again Councilmember Kuby's hand.
Oh, just a follow up. I know the Urban Land Institute is very interested in partnering with the city of Tempe, and they have funding from Wells Fargo, and we're a partner with their task force. And they're really interested in looking at innovative ideas that come out of Tempe and partnering. They may be a really good partner to help even host this summit.
Excellent. I'm gonna write that down too. Summit ULI. All right, great. Anyone else on council or any members of staff have any more comments regarding the housing portion of the presentation?
Mayor, just Joel.
Yeah, yes, Councilman Navarro.
And I apologize if it's been said, but I know we went through the numbers of percentages of affordability within our city or within the national average and our average. So with that being said, if we can get an update of our housing stock on what, I know that there's parts of town presently, what do we have that's in what ranges, I guess? And then my second question is, I know because we're a town that's landlocked, I would also venture to say that what is it a mile outside of our borders in every direction is affordable or is not affordable? Or is that too hard to ask? And I know this is probably a lot of looking into and a lot of research on this, but the reason why I bring this up is we talk about we're not doing enough, but I don't know if we've ever really gotten anything concrete on exactly what we're at in terms of our city, our size, and how affordable we are or not affordable we are, and then the categories of affordability that we are maybe lacking in or maybe not lacking in. And then comparing that, I know we have done this before with the national average, and I thought we were doing better than the national average in some cases. So it'd be nice to kind of see where are we at. And I like I said, I do venture to say, even looking at outside, a mile outside of our borders, because I still say it's not Tempe, but there are affordabilities within the boundaries or next to the boundaries of Tempe that may be. And I probably count that because we do have schools on the outsides of our Tempe border that we service those areas. And I kind of include them into Tempe because it is an area of town or areas of those towns that we have a lot more attractiveness, or we have a lot more ability for workforce or something to attract that area into our city. So that's why I include that 1 mile buffer outside of our border, I guess. Would that be something that we could add with the staff? And I know it's probably going to take some time to bring those numbers up, but I think it's one of those things that I'd like to know what our baseline is.
So I was going to ask you, Councilman Navarro, just to make sure I'm clear too, and I think maybe Levon can help answer this. Kind of perhaps where do we have more affordable housing product? Where are there other opportunities potentially to get more affordable housing? And how do we compare to a lot of our surrounding areas when it comes to the availability of affordable housing? Does that kind of capture it?
Yeah, it does. And it's really kind of capturing, and you might have said it too, I'm looking at Tempe, and then I believe you said that these are the areas where we have affordability. These are the areas that are workforce, kind of affordable areas. These are the areas that are, or these maybe dots are HUD,
Councilman Gore, are you still there? Okay, looks like we may have lost him for the moment.
Hello.
Hello, this is Naomi. Can try to answer some of that question. In 2017, we did do the inventory report survey, and that did look at zip codes. Now we're up to do a new inventory this December, and so we could broaden the outreach to answer some of those questions that Councilmember Navarro has brought up.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Arredondo-Savage.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I think one of the things too, where Joel was going, and I remember seeing this, Naomi and Levon, I thought we kind of had a heat map at one time, or at least I know we did it down Apache Boulevard, if I remember right, in regards to kind of what was happening with housing.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think something like that, and I think what Councilmember Navarro was talking about, maybe just doing that for the whole city, and then just maybe immediately outside the city, just to kind of see where everything is located. I don't think that's a bad idea. I think it's something to think about, and I think as we move forward too, another thing is I think Councilmember Kuby mentioned about thinking bigger and differently and flexible. I think COVID has had such an impact on so many different places, not just on our residents, on landlords, but on businesses and their places that they are at too. So, I mean, I think we got to think about how we can maybe reinvent some of these areas that maybe unfortunately might be vacant in the near future, and what that might look like in order if we can do something to assist in any way, because I just think the future is so unknown, and we need to be flexible for sure. But I like the idea, and I appreciate what's been said, and I would like us to move forward. So thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Any other comments or questions on the housing portion? All right, looks like hearing none, I'm going to go, Naomi, I'll turn it back over to you to discuss the homelessness portion of the presentation.
Thank you. Yes, we're going to shift over to our homeless measurement, which is 3.28. It's to achieve an end to homelessness in Tempe as measured by Tempe's annual count. We do accomplish this by using navigation and case management to make homelessness rare. We connect people with homeless shelter as soon as possible to make homeless brief. We also increase the retention rate for housing to make homelessness a one-time situation. I'm going to introduce you now to Nikki Stevens, and she'll go more into detail on the approach, how we approach ending homelessness, and also give more information on our Tempe homeless population.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council.
Hello, Nikki Stevens. Can you
Yes.
please turn off any residual sounds that's in the background? We're hearing some feedback.
I'm on mute.
Okay, sounds okay now.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right, good. Sorry about that. All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Nikki Stevens. I'm the Homeless Solutions Supervisor for the City of Tempe. I oversee the Hope Outreach Team. And the first slide I'd like to go over is the 2020 point in time count. This slide right here represents what we did in the January, and some of you did participate with us. The point in time count is an annual street and shelter count conducted in January that determines the number of people experiencing homelessness using the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's required method. As you can see, overall, we had a 12% increase during this point in time count from 2019, and we had a 18% increase of unsheltered individuals and families, and we also had a 7% increase of sheltered individuals. So the difference between the sheltered and unsheltered is the sheltered individuals are the ones that are in transitional housing, emergency shelter, and our safe haven programs. The 51% unsheltered are the ones living on our streets and in places not meant for human habitation. The next I'd like to speak about is our challenges with the COVID-19 and with the housing market. So we recognize that COVID-19 has had a significant impact in our community. People are losing their jobs, and as you know, since January of 2020, Maricopa County's unemployment rate is 9% as compared to 3.8% in January 2020. Specific to housing, Maricopa County is the fastest growing region in the nation. With this growth, housing costs have increased in our region. Specifically, Arizona's minimum wage is $12 per hour. The hourly wage needed to afford a one-bedroom apartment at fair market rent in Arizona is $16.97 an hour. However, the hourly wage needed to afford a one-bedroom apartment at fair market rent in Maricopa County is $18.42 an hour. Maricopa County is the second most expensive county in Arizona. As you know, COVID-19 is impacting our economy and unemployment rates. This is exacerbating the low-wage earners, the people that we serve, and their ability to maintain and access housing. As shown in the previous slide, homelessness is a regional issue and is on the rise throughout Maricopa County. Maricopa County's unsheltered population has increased by 18% from 2019 to 2020. During this same period, the East Valley cities listed on this slide increased by 20% total, while the city of Tempe's population has increased by 6%. This gives us confidence that Tempe's approach is having a positive impact on those we serve. Just to note, our point-in-time count methodology has been consistent over the last 2 years. These performance indicators are used to assist human services in monitoring our impact on ending homelessness in our community. Our data source is the Homeless Management Information System, HMIS. This information includes data received from all providers reporting into HMIS. For example, HOPE, Care7, iHelp, and any other provider that is working with an individual who states Tempe was their last known address. This is a distinct and more comprehensive than the annual point-in-time count, which is a census taking on one day of the year in January. As a baseline, 1,117 unduplicated individuals experiencing homelessness were served in fiscal year 2018 through navigation and case management. This increased to 1,207 individuals in fiscal year 2019. This is an 8% increase. To clarify, this is the total number of individuals served over an entire year with various services. This does not mean that there's 1,207 individuals currently unsheltered in our city. We also want to highlight that 239 Tempeans were housed in fiscal year 2018, and a total of 366 were housed in fiscal year 2019. That was a 53% increase. The Tempe Human Services has created a systems approach inclusive of city services, nonprofits, community, and regional partners to end homelessness. This is a trauma-informed service approach, meaning barriers are removed from clients by providing access to numerous city services, including warm handoffs to partner agencies when appropriate in order to offer a supportive environment and meet people where they're at. One of our regional collaborations was through the East Valley City Managers Group, where our city manager, Andrew Ching, had led the efforts to bring our East Valley cities together. One of those efforts was the joint resolution that was created to promote the formal partnership and collaboration within the East Valley, including Maricopa County, MAG, and Apache Junction. This group even fostered the collaboration necessary to create emergency hotel rooms, considered non-congregate shelter for our city's most vulnerable during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also been awarded a HUD Technical Assistance Grant. This technical assistance grant supports the regional approach that will identify available services and resources for individuals experiencing homelessness to address identified gaps in the East Valley. Further, our HOPE team actively participates in the continuum of care and the coordinated entry process to ensure individuals experiencing homelessness are given greater access to housing options throughout Maricopa County. This adds to the number of available vouchers and reduces the time an individual experiences homelessness. Part of what makes HOPE critical is their weekly participation in case conferencing to advocate for the homeless population here in Tempe. In addition to those collaborations, Tempe has developed multiple groups for community input and participation towards solutions. These examples include Tempe Homeless Coalition and the Downtown Tempe Authority Work Group. These collaborations also include daily interactions with community partners such as the Ayers Foundation, Tempe Community Action Agency, Tempe Salvation Army, Circle the City, and others funded through agency review. On our next slide, we'll talk more about our interdepartmental collaborations and the strong resources that we have collectively together. So finally, as you can see from this slide, some of the examples of our approach is highly reliant upon the interdepartmental collaborations established within the Human Services Department and the City of Tempe. One of those collaborations that is highly functional is the Care 7 and Hope Outreach Team. When a person experiences homelessness, encounters Hope or Care 7 staff, it is through a comprehensive trauma-informed approach. Hope has peer certified staff, they're behavioral health techs. They also act as a mobile coordinated entry access point. They connect people to access and to behavioral health providers. They get people vital documents such as birth certificates, social security cards, photo IDs, and Care 7 acts as a 24/7 crisis response with services that include veterans and for victims of domestic violence, and they're all licensed clinical social workers. Another great example is our nationally recognized emergency housing units, a Care 7, Hope, Tempe Housing Services, and Family Housing Hub collaboration that allows families a safe place to stay while they're waiting on a waiting list for a family shelter bed to open, which could sometimes take anywhere between 4 and 6 weeks. A total of 111 individuals and families have been served through this program creation since November 2018. A total of 53 individuals and families were served in fiscal year 2020. There are currently 5 units available through this effort. I also wanted to highlight the Fuse project that we work with our Tempe Fire Medical Rescue very closely with. As you know, housing is healthcare, so it's important that we identify those high utilizers that come into our emergency rooms and into our police departments as well. We work very closely with the Tempe Police Parks officers, who are a great component to our outreach teams as well. I'll turn it over to Naomi Farrell.
So that includes our presentation, and so we are open to answer any of your questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Naomi. Thank you, Nikki. Any comments or questions from council? I'll just keep looking for hands. Which sounds like a very strange statement for some reason, the way I said it. So, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, thank you for the presentation. That's great information. I know we're doing our part in our city to help tackle homelessness, and I think it's great that we are also trying to expand whatever services we can. I know the city of Phoenix is also going to be expanding their program kind of in lines with what we do with patient advocacy service and utilizing fire and PD to help address a variety of people on different levels, kind of like community paramedicine, just really working with individuals holistically, trying to find them resources, caseworkers, getting them transportation when transportation is needed. So I would, I know with you guys in your group, you guys understand this there's so many little detailed things that have been roadblocks for us to make some real good strides. Either through billing or whatever it may be. But if we keep on pushing that, I think this is the time to really enhance our programs, especially when we talk about policing. We have an opportunity to really
Councilmember Navarro, we're losing you, unfortunately. Are you there?
Program.
Okay,
kind of at its lowest level to provide some services that are going through crisis, that are going through.
Councilmember, we're still losing you, unfortunately.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. So.
Okay, I'm just moving my location. I should be able, hopefully, in a better location here. Is it coming in better now?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, all I'm trying to say is, with what we're dealt with today, with our going through what we're going through with our society and seeing some changes in policing, I think this is a great opportunity to help enhance some of the programs that we have on tackling some of those issues, because when we hit it at the lowest level, we prevent things to get escalated up to a policing level. So these services are going to be vital to expand on and to enhance wherever we can. And I think for the council, we need to start really diving into what are the alternatives, what are the additional needs that could enhance those programs and make them even a little bit better to help derail or get people back on track through housing, through mental health, through a whole variety of services that we're still not fully attacking. So that's my 2 cents. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Next up, we've got Councilmember Adams.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me one. There we go. Okay. So, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and I want to thank Human Services for your presentation. We've gotten a lot of complaints recently about the homeless in the parks. And I know that we've had the reduction in G4. And I'm just wondering what you're seeing in the parks. And then I have a question after that.
Hi, Councilwoman Adams. We are seeing some of this, whenever there's a complaint, obviously we are responsive, and we're seeing some folks in the parks, obviously, but we continue to go and engage them. Did you have a specific question about what we're seeing in the parks? It's our typical, the folks that we know. We have seen some other folks that may be floating in from Phoenix and things like that, but nothing out of the ordinary, I think, for the population we serve. When we do get a complaint from a community member, we are responsive as possible. And our partnership with PD has been instrumental in that as well, because they've been just a great partner with us.
Right. I'm just wondering because what the feedback we're getting is that there's more homeless people in the parks, and I'm just wondering if you're seeing the same thing.
So there have been, we have seen additional people in there, and what I've had my staff start doing is tracking those individuals that are not our normal folks that we normally serve, and finding out what cities they're coming from. We are hearing some feedback. Some people are coming from Phoenix or maybe Mesa, but sometimes they're just coming through for a short period. But there has been some additional folks that are not our regular folks that we serve every day.
So this is Naomi. This is Naomi. Talking to those individuals and seeing where they're coming from too is very helpful, because the more information we have, then we can look in the HMIS system and connect them back to with their caseworkers or whoever they were working with prior to coming to Tempe, to make sure that they get back on track to getting case management and hopefully into some type of wraparound services. Thank you.
Okay, and okay, that pretty much answers all my questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Adams. Councilmember Arredondo-Savage.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. First, I guess, hey, Nikki, I want to go back to the performance indicator update slide. I think it's slide number 13. And I just want to, I just think we need to focus on that just for a second and say, thank you to you and your team and those people that are on the ground. Because if you look at, I think the service that you've been able to provide, it is pretty darn amazing from 2018 to 2019. The number of touches and the number of people that you've been able to impact, and the number of people that you've been able to permanently house. I mean, we can't let that go unnoticed. From 239 to 366, that's really, really significant. And that doesn't happen by itself. That happens with a team of individuals that want to make it happen. So, first and foremost, thank you for continuing to work. I think you've been a wonderful addition to the city of Tempe, and I'm so glad that you're here. With that, now that I've thrown out all the good stuff, I want to ask you a couple of questions in regards to.
You did that exceptionally well, Councilmember.
A little pivot, just a little pivot, but it is really impressive. It really is impressive, and I think it just goes to show. I mean, the direction and the leadership of really wanting to make an impact on homelessness, and you guys in these numbers are really showing it. But I'd like you to just share with us maybe a couple things, and I don't want to put you on the spot, right? Like, in a perfect world, if you could look at the comprehensive picture of being able to house more people permanently and get them off the streets, what do you think the one thing is that we could really focus on to be able to make that happen? I know in the past we've always talked about the housing, the shortage of housing and having the ability to go there, or the emergency housing to have like a transfer place. I mean, what does that look like from your perspective? I mean, we see it one way, but you and your team see it a completely different way. Where would you love to see us be able to fill in the gap in the future? That's question number one.
Okay. Oh, there's more than one. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm kidding.
I gave you a lot of great compliments, so I thought I could.
I know, I'm kidding. Okay, so to answer your first question, from a perspective of serving people experiencing homelessness, I do not feel like any child should ever be on the street or experiencing homelessness. I think our emergency units have been a great asset to the community. It's something that's so important and vital, and no other community is doing this. I think the expansion of those units is extremely important because right now there is a long waiting list for families to access housing. So the fact that we have any children or families sleeping in their car in a park and on the street is a very big issue. And the fact that we've been able to bring 5 units online that allow families to get off the streets quickly and have a safe place to live and have case management while they're waiting for an emergency shelter bed to open up, I think is tremendous. And it shows the collaboration that's currently happening in our city and with the Family Housing Hub. Obviously, in an ideal world, we have rapid access to housing. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the coordinated entry process, but it is a very daunting process. We do have a very long waiting list for people to access housing. There's just not enough permanent housing or the right housing for individuals who are experiencing homelessness to access in a timely fashion.
This is Naomi. I'm going to add that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to add to everything Nikki says is very accurate and right on. The one piece that we need to really look at as well as when we're talking about housing, all our surrounding cities right now are looking at what the limitations are, and housing's always come up as that one big discussion. And that really was some of the premise around the East Valley Managers Group, to bring the municipalities East Valley to come together and have those conversations. And I think with COVID hitting, it did make us all look internally what's going on in our city to address the crisis that we were in. But as we start still progressing, I think those conversations about that regional approach to housing it needs to move forward. So it's leadership, talking to your counterparts in the other cities, getting a really good understanding of what their feeling is on that and what they feel as far as housing and what the needs are, because each city might have a different need as far as housing, but how do we connect and work together regionally so we do build a bigger system in that respect. And I think that's the one great thing that's going to come out of this East Valley Managers Group and those conversations, as well as, again, supportive services. Those wraparound services are definitely a must to have as well to make that big impact.
No, I mean, I think that's great. I 100% agree. I'm glad you guys brought that stuff up. I mean, and one thing, Nikki, I guess I was going to ask her, or Naomi, either one of you, is in regards to the numbers. Is that with the use of those 5 new units on the ground? I mean, do you think, like, I can't remember when they were implemented. Was it the middle of last year?
It was November of 2018.
Oh, it was no. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so I think it just goes to show that when you focus on something, that it really is important, and we are able to get some of those great results that we want. Okay, so my last just follow-up question to Nikki is kind of just more of a process. I mean, I know we talk about a lot of the people that are out on the streets and the outreach team and the efforts and the collaboration, which I think has really come a long way and a lot to the leadership, I think, in human services. So thank you all for that. Just can you kind of tell us a little bit, or tell me, I would say, is what does that look like? How many touches? How much time is spent trying to build relationships with those individuals so they feel comfortable and they're ready to be able to take some action and make some change?
Well, it just depends. As you know, we're meeting people where they're at. So some people, it could take one time that you speak to them and they're ready to engage in services with you, but it could take sometimes 5, 10, 15, 20 times before they'll even take a bottle of water from you. We are also dealing with people with some mental health issues that may have additional barriers for us to engage with them. And but our teams are out there building relationships. We've gotten people to speak to us and to accept services that historically wouldn't talk to us. So, I mean, it's just a continuing engaging conversation. And the more they get used to our folks out there, I think our Hope team has a really investment in the city. They have developed relationships with these individuals. They know the individuals know who we are, and we know who they are. And it's just like anything, it takes time to develop that trust, because a lot of these people have been burned and have developed a lot of trust issues. So it does sometimes take some time for individuals to decide that they'll accept services from us, but it's a continuous process, and we're here to walk that journey with those individuals.
Well, definitely appreciate the effort. So please express my appreciation to the team from your perspective, Nikki, and Naomi too, for everything that you guys are doing. I just feel like we've put a lot of energy and effort and resources, and I think it's starting to pay off. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Councilmember Navarro.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So the question would be, I'm gonna be in a better place. I'm like the Verizon guy. Sorry, I'm walking. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Anyways, the question would be, with what we're doing, what we're providing, are we, and this is the hard thing, are we the city that is attractive because of what we're providing versus all the other cities? Are we seeing it, are we hearing that this is a possible increase for us in homelessness because we have services or other things? Is that in play? Can you guys give me some idea on that?
I would say no, because if you look at slide number, if we look at the slide number 12, you can see that homelessness has increased regionally. It's not just in our city. And we've had the lowest increase out of all the East Valley cities, actually, besides Guadalupe, that went from 21 to 22. So I think that's indicative of the actual housing of people. But I think a lot of times the touches that we make are not showing that there's an increase of homelessness overall. Again, the point in time count's a 1-day count, and our HMIS data is just people that may have came through and we provided a service to them. So they are now in our system. So I think that I don't think it's more attractive because we have better services. I do not believe as a person who provides those services, I do not see that as an indicator. Oh, let's go to Tempe because they have the best services. This is what's happening regionally, and not just in our community, but around the country.
So on a regional level, what do you guys foresee? I mean, because this is a discussion that has to start happening for us on our level. How do you guys see the first step for us talking to the region? Because I think it comes down to, okay, where do we plan additional shelter, additional services? How do we make a system perfect that actually does what it should do, but also doesn't burden the area that it's being placed at?
Yeah, and I'm assuming you're referring to what's happening in downtown Phoenix.
Right.
And I've been brought into a lot of those conversations about the expansion of the shelter availability and trying to make that regional shelter available to individuals. And I know this downtown right now, they're trying to advocate for additional shelter beds in the community. And as we all know, as looking at these numbers and what's going on, there is not enough shelter in downtown Phoenix to accommodate the growing 200 plus people that move to the Maricopa County every single day. So I think that it is a regional issue. We start there and looking at where they can expand those shelter beds currently. And I know you're familiar with the advocacy that's going on through the Human Services Campus in regards to that expansion. I think that helps us all regionally because Maricopa County and the city of Phoenix are larger than Tempe. And if we are going to work on this issue as a region, then we need to start where the dense population is located.
Right. And I think and I think I think you're kind of spot on that, because, you know, I know that we do so much, we talk about this so much within Tempe, and it's like we're this Rhode Island of, you know, the United States, it feels like at some times, and yet these other areas have to start putting in or chipping in or doing their part. And I think for us as a council, we really need to figure out on a regional level, how do we start making those steps to engage other council members? And it's going to be you know, especially when I think about the East Valley, because I kind of still feel that a lot of citizens in the East Valley might be like, really, it's not such a big deal over here. And they're not going to do anything about it because they're not seeing it, because we're close to Phoenix. We see the trickling. I think the river bottom and those areas are enticing because it's an area where you could really camp and, you know, not be bothered, so to speak, set up shop. So it's one of those things where I think that we got to start as a council. We're going to have to start really making steps, not discussions, but actual steps on what this is going to look like and where those things are going to possibly be placed at. And I'm just challenging us, Mayor, to take those steps, because this is not going to get better, in my opinion. This is going to get worse. So we need to really kind of proactively start thinking where we need to go, and let's start making those connections. That is all for me.
So Councilmember Navarro, this is Naomi. So the housing services did get a HUD TA. We mentioned it briefly, and I think there's more of a detailed description of that technical assistance grant that we received from HUD in your packet. But it is to help look at what resources we have as far as housing and services, not just locally, but hopefully regionally as well. And we will be trying to work with our East Valley cities on that to get that data information. And so we're hoping that might give us a jumping point off as far as discussion, as far as what does it look like as far as gaps in housing and resources.
Right. No, I think that's outstanding. I think this, you know, I kind of foresee this data, this first touch of let's take a look at all the information with all the players in the room, and then having someone facilitate those discussions to actually get us on board to start making some action is what I'm kind of imagining in my mind. I guess I would lean to the other council members to see if they agree with that, and your staff.
Yeah, so yeah, we definitely agree.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. I want to go to Councilmember Adams.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't have my hand up.
Okay. Oh, sorry. It's still here in my queue, so I'll take it down. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Councilmember Arredondo-Savage, is your hand up?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, my bad.
Oh, no worries. No, we're all good. I'm just going to keep going down the line here. Councilmember Garlid.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. So I just think it's amazing what you guys do for our people experiencing homelessness in the city of Tempe. But I have a question. So I took part in the point in time count this year, and my eyes were opened about so much more to what is out there, how many people are out there, and what the city of Tempe does. But with the COVID issues that are here that we are having, and people who have lost their jobs, and the possibility there are more homeless on the street, have we thought of, has there been any discussion, or is there a possibility that we will be doing some other type of count just to see what our numbers are now, and if our increasing numbers, if we're matching services to those numbers? Is that a possibility, or is there another way that we are tracking the increase in homeless on the streets of Tempe?
Hello, Councilwoman Garland. It's Nikki. So couple of things. Last year, we did the first of its kind summer point in time count, which was awesome. And we were able to find out some demographics and things that we did not know about the population, because what we thought anecdotally and in the past was that, you know, the population moved up north during the summer. But what we did find was that it did stay steady. And we didn't really see a decrease in the population during the summertime months. As far as the another count going on, just with the COVID issue, we are not sure if we were going to do anything like that, just based on being able to get enough volunteers and people that would participate, and the social distancing and things like that. But what we do is when our staff does engage with people, they enter that information into the HMIS system, where there's demographics and information that is gathered. There's also a COVID assessment that's done with individuals as well through the HMIS piece that allows us to track individuals who may have been exposed to COVID or may have had COVID. So there is that mechanism. But at this time, we don't have anything planned. We are not even sure if HUD's going to do the January point in time count based on everything that's going on.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Garlid. Councilmember Kuby?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You think that the council's trying to gaslight you with the hands?
I'm having a good time with it, honestly. They all went down exactly when you said that.
A couple things, and Nikki, thank you so much. I'm so grateful that you're in the role that you are in, and your dedication, your passion, and your knowledge are so appreciated. We have such a find with you. We don't want any other city to know that you exist. But I just wanted to mention that Patricia Celeste, she's with the Knowledge Exchange for Resilience at ASU, and she's beginning work on a predictive model, her team, on a predictive model for homelessness. And right now it's in the design stages, but they very much would like to work with the city of Tempe as an exemplar city. And so I'm hoping, if it's okay with the mayor and the council, that I could connect you with Patricia, because she would really like to connect with the city on this issue.
I'm supportive of that.
Great. So that's one thing. And then I was recently touring the Oasis Drop-In Center, and I want to thank Councilmember Adams. She conducted a big water drive and with Nick Bastian, South Tempe, to bring water to the Oasis Drop-In Center. And it's a project of Tempe Community Action Agency. We're not funding it at all, but it is amazing. And I think State Farm and a private donor and Silicon Bank, which has been such a good partner to us, is also providing the funding. And they have funding through this fiscal year, but they're also looking for funding beginning for next year. But it's a place like we don't have in Tempe right now, especially with COVID. We have to be really careful about bringing people together in congregate settings. But it isn't just a cooling center. It's a place where you can get IDs, you can get your clothing washed, where you can get information about getting Social Security and relief. You can get legal assistance and medical assistance. Circle the City comes by. It's just such a resource. And I know that they mentioned that they feel that there's a lot more need in the city for a drop-in center that supplies like a full range of services. And I'm just wondering what your impression is of Oasis. They say they're going to see 2,000 unique clients over the course of a year. And is this something we're interested in partnering with, or have we spoken to the TCAA about expanding these drop-in centers to other locations, especially in these COVID times?
Hi, this is Nikki. I'm sure you're aware that we've opened additional cooling centers throughout the city of Tempe, and we also have Hope going out to each of those cooling centers as well to engage services with individuals. And then we have our Hope outreach team going to the cooling centers 3 days a week over here at the Pyle Center, because that's a majority of some of our clientele that goes there as well. We have been working, and we work, daily with TCAA and I help. And sorry, I can't hear. Okay, we work daily with TCAA and I help, and we think Sue Wrangler has been a tremendous asset to TCAA. The Oasis, we have given out that information to individuals. We make sure that they're aware of that information as well. And we completely support that. We think it's a great resource to have in our community.
Councilmember Kuby, Ken Jones mentioned the COVID recovery proposals that we put forward. One of those proposals was for an Envision Center that could function in much the same way to serve, give wraparound social services, some workforce development, some, again, wraparound services, outreaching, but that's in the COVID recovery proposal piece, because we do understand and acknowledge that there is a need to build capacity, not so much of a duplication of services, but to build capacity. But we're also hoping that center, if that were to move forward, would also be a resource center for the entire community too. to serve different populations as well.
Well, thank you. That's great to hear. And I know we have the cooling centers, and I was just blown away by all of the opportunities and resources that were available at the Oasis and how they put it together so quickly. And Sue Ringler, who heads up iHelp now, is also leading that initiative. And she, being from the Tempe Interfaith Fellowship, is such a resource to this entire community. But I want to thank you for that information, and I'm excited about the opportunities for increasing even more opportunities for drop-in centers. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate Sue Wrangler, and she's been a great partner. We've already, her and I, Levon, myself, and the Hope Outreach team went over there right before the opening. We met with them. We talked about, referrals, how we can make this work for the housing piece, and with our outreach team. So, and we've been working very well with Sue. She's amazing.
Great. Thank you. Let's turn my camera here. So my only point about this, and then I'll try to see if we can kind of wrap up a little. One thing, and thank you for the information, Nikki and Naomi, very, very helpful. The one thing, this is regarding some of the situation with homelessness, but it also probably relates a little bit to item number 6, but I think it kind of covers this more. One of the things that we've talked about was that at one point, G4S, there was a pilot program for them to be in some of the neighborhood parks to kind of assist, working with the homeless. And, the program is popular in some areas and it's not popular in others. And I'm just wondering, one of the things now, the funding for the pilot program has run out. And so now I know we're definitely beginning to get some calls and emails from residents, sort of talking about the need for more support in a lot of the parks. From my sort of general understanding of this whole thing, it seems to me that people in the neighborhoods and a lot of folks, especially in the North Tempe neighborhoods, were not opposed to having, people in the parks when it came to patrolling and assisting, our homeless neighbors. The concern they had were people in the parks, what they felt, with firearms. That was sort of what the concern was, but they're generally saying, from what I could gather, we still do think that there need to be people out there, assisting folks who are clearly in need and looking to get kind of, hooked up and connected with services. And so, what I would like to talk about at some point is, and I know, Naomi, you and I have had this conversation, like a couple of weeks back, but talking about what we might want to do on that front moving forward, whether it's some kind of hybrid model of some of the services that we already offer within the city of Tempe with Care 7 and other services, whether or not it's working with, G4S, who was the private contractor, but perhaps not to have, firearms on them, or perhaps it's having a bigger conversation about trying to resurrect the park ranger program that we had to get rid of 10 years ago when I was first on council due to the Great Recession and the city just not having any money. At that point, we were roughly $34 million in the hole, and a lot of things had to be cut. And I know that, given COVID, we're still in sort of a challenging situation as it pertains to the budget, but I'm kind of wondering what the costs might be to go back to that kind of park ranger program, which was actually very, very effective and very much embraced by a lot of our neighborhoods, because they got the neighborhood chairs and HOA presidents had a chance to get to know the park rangers, and I think really, developed sort of a rapport with them, and they were very helpful in a lot of connecting our homeless neighbors with services that they might need. So I would love to, at some point, not trying to open up a huge discussion, but I would love at some point to see the cost analysis of some of that, to see what it might cost for us to go back to that program, what it might cost for us to stay with the G4S, and perhaps maybe some other kind of unique program that Naomi, you and Nikki could develop with our own folks here at the city of Tempe.
We're definitely open to exploring that and have those conversations with other departments and see how that fits together. We would say that there is an advantage to having some additional individuals out in the parks to work in tandem with our HOPE team, with Care 7, with PD. And so definitely open to having those conversations and explore what that may look like to meet the needs of the community and our homeless population.
Mr. Mayor?
Hey, Mayor, this is Robin. I just want to say I think that's a great idea. It never hurts to look to see if we could do things better. So certainly support that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Keating and then Councilmember Adams.
thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you brought this up. I was actually had my hand up earlier to discuss this issue, but I wasn't sure if this was an appropriate time to do so or not. So I was just kind of doing it offline, but I do want to throw my 2 cents in behind what you said. I certainly, when the funding for G4S ran out, I definitely was concerned about what would happen with the absence of security in the parks. To your point about, a lot of neighbors were concerned about having armed guards in the parks. I'd like to make 2 points on that. A lot of what was said, a lot of the concerns that kind of bubbled up when this first happened never really came to fruition. We did not see someone get shot in the park. We did not see G4S bullying the homeless. For the most part, there were some isolated incidents where G4S could conduct itself better, and I know that they were coached and, PD came in and kind of helped them sort that out. But for the most part, the program was successful by almost every measure that we have. So I would like to see, I'm open to, some alternatives maybe, you mentioned unarmed guards. My concern with that is the armed guards are the ones that have the most training. And those are the professionals, the ex-police officers, and the ones that have been through the de-escalation training and the mental health trainings and things like that. Therefore, they're able to carry a weapon. So as long as there's not a training gap, I'm definitely open to unarmed guards, because I can appreciate that concern from some residents. I would definitely be interested in the park ranger program, but it was my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that park rangers were essentially just Tempe PD officers assigned to the park. And that was my understanding. But again, I might be wrong. And I worry about that given the current political environment. I'm not sure park rangers, if that's indeed what they were, would be a more satisfactory answer to some of the folks that brought up concerns about G4S. But regardless, to your larger point, I do think this is an issue that we need to deal with on some level, whether it's going back to what we had, or it's park rangers, or it's unarmed G4S. It's definitely a problem that's not going to go away. And I think a lot of the reason why we don't hear about it anymore is because the concerns that were brought up really never really came to fruition. So I do think it was a successful program, and I'd like to see it continue in some form. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Keating. Appreciate that. One of the things I think, and I'll turn to Andrew just for some clarification on this, or even Ken. I believe that the park rangers were not police officers, but I believe that they reported to the police department at the end of the day. So the police department did have overall oversight about the park rangers' activities and the performance of their duties, but I don't believe they were actually sworn police officers. But I mean, I can check with the city manager, the deputy city manager, to ask them if my assertion is correct, or Vice Mayor Keating's.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The park ranger program, the persons assigned there were unsworn. They did wear uniforms, so they were in Tempe uniforms. They were a different color and such, and they designated themselves as park rangers, but they were given authority to issue civil citations. There was a number of parks regulations and rules in our Chapter 23 of our city code that were decriminalized for the purpose of allowing and giving park rangers at the time additional authority. Things like citing for curfew, for instance, was moved down from a criminal offense to a civil offense with the rise of the park ranger program about a decade or so ago, expressly for the purpose of allowing the unsworn park rangers to issue civil citations. So that was that program at the time. And we have had conversations since then about whether or not something like a park ranger program would make sense. Just in terms of getting a handle on where the personnel is now, there are 2 full-time officers, Tempe PD officers, assigned to parks. They work in conjunction closely with the HOPE team. It is correct that the program with G4S has ended. We still have a contract with G4S, as you know, to provide security at facilities. We can certainly look at the costing out of bringing them back in whatever form or fashion council would like us to present options. And we're certainly ready and willing to bring back information about rangers, because there has been additional research in that program that has been done recently because of interest in potentially looking at that in the future.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Appreciate it. Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, again.
All right. So the park ranger, you bringing that up is music to my ears. Really, really appreciate it. I've been talking about it for the last 2 years, and I can't say I got very far, but hey, I'm persistent, right? So anyway, I too remember the park ranger program quite well since I worked at the city, and it was, I thought, very successful. The park rangers made good relationships with the community, and also they helped out the police department a lot. And I know that we've had a reduction in the number of officers now that we have out on the streets. And I think the park ranger program, bringing that back, would be a nice complement to helping the PD and also helping our community, and then the people that need services also. So I am a huge fan of the park ranger program. They don't have guns. I think it's a win-win for both our community neighborhoods and our residents in general. So thank you for bringing that up. Made my day.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams. Appreciate it. Next up, I've got Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree 100%. I like the park ranger idea. I like to see the cost analysis on that. I know that one of the values with having the presence of someone consistent within the park, like a park ranger, is the ability to rapport with the individuals that are there in the park, or homelessness or anything like that, understanding the area, understanding the needs of the community there. I think it's a great idea to also, when you have someone that works for the city in that position, that's something that for neighborhood meetings, a person to be part of with those discussions, I think is going to add value. And it's going to add value not only to the council, but to PD. It's a little bit different colored shirt, but it's the extension of PD. And I think, you know, if done right, we could probably, I think we could do it affordable. So I wouldn't mind looking into that, and I support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. And yeah, just, you know, I appreciate something you said, actually, not for Councilmember Kuby. Something you said, whatever. I think part of it with me is that, you know, sometimes, you know, there's an assumption made, whatever, and I'm not saying by anyone on this call, but that, you know, going with a private contractor is cheaper than going with park rangers who were city employees. The assumption is maybe the salaries might be higher and there's benefits packages associated. And I'm not sure what the case is either way, but I just think, you know, and I appreciate, you know, City Manager Ching saying that he can bring that data back to the council so council can see it side by side and we can make a, you know, a well-researched, informed decision. I also want to make a really quick point about something Vice Mayor Keating said, which I think is really important. Even though, as Mr. Ching said, they were not, the park rangers are not and were not sworn officers, they still, from a reporting structure, did report up to the police department. And Councilmember Keating is correct that 10 years ago, the environment and the climate was very different than it is now. And so that is something to look out for and something to take into account if we do talk about bringing the park ranger program. So I'm really glad that he kind of put that issue on the table, because it is something we need to you know, be aware of, because, you know, re-implementing the same thing from 10 years ago might be 80% good, but there might still be 20% that some residents might have concerns about, just based on, you know, kind of where we are in the year 2020. So I appreciate him bringing that up. Next up, I want to go to Councilmember Kuby.
Thank you, Mayor Woods. Yeah, I wanted to also affirm what Councilmember Adams is saying, that I'm very much interested in looking back at that park ranger program. I think it's especially important in Papago Park area. And I think at the time I spoke to an ex-park ranger. I know the costs were kind of high, a lot of equipment costs, but we've seen now with electric all-terrain bikes that, you know, we don't necessarily have to get fully outfitted cars, and there's possibilities of savings there. And I know we may be veering off a little bit since we talked about homelessness, but I don't think that the G4S officers and militarizing the parks was the best solution. I think there's a sigh of relief from the community. So that is my impression. And I'm not interested in going back to that model, but I am really interested in looking at the park ranger model. And thank you, Councilmember Adams, for being very persistent in this issue.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. Does any other council members have any comments or questions? Oh, Councilmember Garlid.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you for bringing up the park ranger program because I think it is I think it could be a really worthwhile thing for us to look into. And the thing I like most about it is the idea of building community. Having somebody that's there all the time, or somebody there that can start meeting the people in the neighborhoods. I just think it builds community, and I love that idea. So thank you again for bringing that up today.
Thank you, Councilmember Garlid. Appreciate it. And yes, I mean, definitely. I know, our city managers talked about bringing this back for some further conversation from council. But I do want to just once again circle back to a quick point that Vice Mayor Keating made, which is, I think is important. The reality is that, I think we do still need some oversight in the parks to give our residents, peace of mind, and also people who can help connect our homeless neighbors with services. And so I do definitely agree that we do need people in the parks, that I think everyone on the council from top to bottom is agreeing that that is the case. We're just looking at what potentially might look like a different model or revisiting a model from the past. But I definitely agree that we still do need some presence there because we've heard that from a lot of our neighborhoods, even since the G4S, pilot program has expired, that they have emailed the council communicator and said, we do feel like we need some presence. It might not be in the current form or the most recent form, but we do feel like we do need some support here. So I appreciate Mr. Ching talking about bringing that back for future consideration from the council. With that said, any further comments or questions for Naomi or Nikki? All right, hearing none, so I'm not going to try to recap all of that between housing and human services, but at the end of the day, it sounds like what we were talking about, just kind of taking a look at some of the notes I was scribbling, was going back to the housing portion. Levon talking about the consistent communication that council members are giving to zoning attorneys and their clients has been helpful when it comes to really stressing the need and the importance of affordable and workforce housing. We should really look to explore public-private partnerships and try to even more actively recruit, qualified, experienced, affordable housing developers, possibly through a summit of some sort. We also talked about the need to really look at the impact that evictions might have on our community, especially in certain pockets. And we should look at whatever data is available from ASU or from any other entities that have data on this issue. So we can probably preemptively see where we might have some issues before we have it, along with probably all of us, including myself, continuing to, speak with the governor about maybe extending that eviction moratorium beyond October 31st of this year, because we don't think that the rate we're going, we're not going to be out of this crisis when it comes to COVID-19, and we're going to have a lot of people who are still in distress and definitely need some help. Then also talking about, I know Councilman Navarro talked a lot about just sort of understanding more about where we have current amounts of affordable product in the community, what are some of the areas where there might be some opportunities to get more, and how do we compare to a lot of our surrounding communities and cities. And we also then, for human services, basically talked about, a lot of the great work that Naomi and her team are doing, and kind of, encouraging them to stay on that path because they're doing an exceptional job and really serving our residents in this really big time of need. But there's been a conversation about talking about bringing back some additional information regarding the Park Ranger program, G4S, and perhaps some other alternatives for the council to look at with more information and to make a decision about what direction we might want to go in from a public policy standpoint moving forward. Anyone have any, did I leave anything out, or was that a pretty good synopsis of where we are?
Great synthesis, Mayor Woods.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thanks, Mayor Woods. One thing just throw on the table, and maybe this is after the elections are done, but I think having a joint, a joint meeting with Mesa, a joint council meeting, and maybe talking upon the regional aspect of sheltering or homelessness, and having that discussion. I think that might be a real good step. And as we do Mesa, maybe get some other cities down the road too. But I think Mesa might be ready for this discussion. And I think it might be a perfect opportunity to have that joint council meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Mr. City Manager, just a quick question, since I know you've been leading the regional homeless outreach efforts amongst other city managers. Would that be something that sounds like a good idea to you, or are there even other cities that could play a role in that kind of joint council meeting, perhaps?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say, at least as between those cities that regularly participate in our regional conversations, that certainly the city of Mesa, I think, would be top of mind. We have talked with them both in the meetings and out side of meetings, in meetings with their city manager and myself, about their desire to partner and to look at the regional homeless solution. Even before COVID-19 sort of accelerated some of their planning, there was quite a bit of thought and effort given to working on joint proposals to their council and this council regarding sort of a network of regional homeless facilities, whether it be shelter, whether it be rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, wraparound services, and sort of thinking about that as region. Mostly in terms of looking at the geography of the region and finding where are the gaps and where would it make sense, just, placing politics aside, where some of these facilities would make most sense. We understand that a lot of it has to do with placement along employment corridors, but also transportation corridors. Getting people to and from housing, services, employment, training, and having a consistent transportation service is a big part of it. So, some of the conversations that we were having kind of centered around who brings what to the table. Certainly, we have a robust transportation program that is much more so than other cities in the East Valley, but others also have a much larger stock of, say, affordable housing and/or land. One of our limitations as a built-out city or a newly built-out city is our ability to come up with the sort of space that might be needed either to build a facility without taking down existing facilities or buildings, or acquisition or repurposing, which is also something that can be done. And we've seen get done during COVID with respect to repurposing hotels for that purpose in different cities. So I would definitely say City of Mesa wants to be part of that conversation. I think that we have an upcoming one of these meetings next week, actually, and I'm certainly happy to pose the question to the rest of our regional partners who participate regularly and sort of get their sense too that we're interested in having that, if that's the pleasure of council, to see about having more joint meetings per what Councilmember Navarro was talking about.
That sounds good. I think it was a great suggestion by Councilmember Navarro, and Mr. City Manager, I appreciate your leadership in leading those discussions, and I think that'll be a great idea. With that said, any other comments or questions from council on either of these items, on housing or homelessness? All right, seeing none, we only have one item left here, but I'd like to still give people a little bit of a 5-minute break before we get going. So it's 3:32 on my clock right now. Let's try to come back at 3:37. We're going to read through the public comment and finish item number 6.
Mayor Woods, this is Rosa Chastity, Director of Strategic Management and Diversity. Did I hear you correctly? You do not want to take a break and you'd like to move forward?
Oh, no, I was saying we're going to take a 5-minute break till 3:37 and come right back. So
perfect. Thank you.
You are most welcome. Thank you, Rosa. All right. Looks like it's 3:37. I don't know if everyone is back yet, but I'm going to try to get us back here. Hi, Rosa. Hi, Janae.
Hi, Mayor.
How are you?
Wonderful.
Hello, Mayor.
Good, good, good. Thank you for joining us.
Great meeting so far.
I'm enjoying it. It's been a good time. Hope the folks watching at home are enjoying it as well. Let's see. I think council is back at this point. What I would like to do, and Carla, are you there as well? Or should I say Clerk of the Year, Carla Reese? I forgot to address you by your proper title.
She wants to say Clerk of the Century.
Clerk of the Millennium. So, Carla, if you're there, I'd like to see if you could read the public comment into the record. We got 3 public comments. 2 were pertaining to item number 6 on the agenda, and 1 was more general about the proceedings of today. So I wanted to see if you could read those into the record before I turn the floor over to Rosa Janae.
Carla, this is Alex. If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Okay, it looks like she's unmuted. I can see that there's no slash through the microphone, but I'm not hearing anything.
Are you able to hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my phone here.
No worries. So Carla, so it's customary, whatever. This is my first retreat. It's customary in a situation like this to read the comments into the record when we're having a virtual meeting like this one.
So we did not agendize a general call to the audience. However, Mayor, we do have a few comments that relate to some of our agenda items that were submitted. They did not come through the official speaker comment card on the clerk page. But again, that's your purview. If you'd like me to read these 3 into the record, I'll be happy to.
If they didn't come through the official, I'm just trying to think about if that's what we want to do. Because one of them I know that came through that was more general too. It didn't. It appeared as a council communicator, but it was pertaining to the retreat. And so I'm wondering if these are just things that then, if they didn't come through the official comment card portion, should just be distributed to council and all the relevant staff. But I will take your and the city manager and city attorney's guidance on this, because this is new for me.
Well, I'll defer to Judy as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? This is Judy Bauman.
Hi, Judy.
Hi there. I wanted to weigh in as the governing official for the meeting, Mayor. We will certainly defer to you. I think we would typically have a council communicator be distributed to all of the council and staff and not often read into the record at a council meeting. But again, we will defer to you as the presiding officer.
Okay, so basically, if they've come through a council communicator and not through official comment cards, they simply go to mayor and council and staff, but they're not read into the record because they're not official comments pertaining to the meeting.
That is typically the way that we have handled council communicators in the past, certainly. And we do have that path, if you will, for folks to weigh in specific to items on meetings at the time with the comment card that's published on the city clerk's website.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, with that, then I will make sure if they've been sent through the council communicator. I've not been checking my email during this, but if they've been sent through the council communicator, then I guess they will get to myself and mayor and council, and as we typically do, and staff, and as we typically do, we will make sure to respond to all those folks as we always do here at the city of Tempe, once we all have a chance to get offline and read them. The other thing, so that we don't need to read, since that's not our practice, what I would like to do then is just sort of set this item up. This item is sort of based on, back on March 3rd of this year, there was a Tempe Listen session. It was a 2-hour session regarding policing in our community. And there was a plan at the point to plan a series of these Tempe Listens kind of events to get feedback from community members and stakeholders. As we know that shortly after March 3rd, the COVID pandemic really took over everything at that point. And then we weren't able to, the city was not able to follow up at that point, not because they had no intention of following up, but because COVID pretty much shut everything down, and everything then became about sort of dealing with the pandemic as we know it. So this was scheduled as a means to kind of have conversation regarding that Tempe Listen session, talking about how we might want to follow up. And then I've had conversations, once again, a couple of council members have reached out and talked about what we might want to do as a council pertaining to the issues that were raised during that 2-hour session back on March 3rd. So I think that probably is a good enough synopsis. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Rose and Janae and let them go. And after they're finished, we can then open it up to council for comments and questions.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Rosen Chastity, Director of Strategic Management and Diversity. And with us today, we also have Janae Harrison, our Equity and Inclusion Manager that serves the community. And as the Mayor had just eloquently stated, we are just here to give a brief synopsis of what we heard from the Tempe Listens event in March, and also give an update on the Right to Breathe program, along with some additional programs that we're serving the public with regards to recent events regarding our civil unrest. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our PowerPoint regarding our Tempe Listens. We have created, identified some buckets, or identified some themes that we heard from the public. And Janae, I'll turn it over to you.
Unmute. I think Thank you, Rose. I'm trying to get to the screen. I'm a little bit delayed here.
Looks great.
All right, perfect. This is, again, as the mayor said, there is an edit to this slide. The Tempe Listens event did happen on Tuesday, March the 3rd. And as a general overview of what happened on that day, we did have 3 note takers and a moderator that were present as we listened to over 160 different comments from the community, as well as the 3 city representatives that were present at that time, then Mayor Mark Mitchell, City Manager Andrew Ching, and then Chief Sylvia Moore from the police department. After we participated and the community was present at that session, then the legal department, as well as the strategic management and the diversity office, took a look at all of the note takers' notes from that session. There were very detailed notes that were taken as to the summaries and the issues and the themes that were brought up by members of the community. Those notes were then consolidated and organized to find 6 thematic areas that were raised. The first one was policies, then trainings, assets and how those are used, mental health and officers, police and community relationship, and homelessness, some of which you all have already discussed within this particular council retreat. One of the things, and following up with this session on April 28th with city staff, was that we were looking at those themes and then deciding and determining which internal staff members were assigned to follow up on those issues and concerns raised by the community.
Hey, Janae, one quick, I apologize for breaking in. My apologies. So I just got a note here that regarding the public comment or the council communicators that were sent in, some of the folks apparently said they didn't know how to use the system necessarily, but they did want the comments read for the as a part of this. So I want to make sure that I'm not like pushing someone out on a technicality. I just wasn't aware of that until 2 seconds ago. So I hate to pause you, but I want to see if Carla can go back and take a moment quickly to read, and then we can just keep going forward with the presentation. So my apologies.
No worries at all, Mayor. Thank you.
No problem, Mayor. I'm here. And we did receive 3, and I'll just give a public comment here, and this is for all council staff as well. All public official speaker comment cards need to go through tempe.gov/clerk. There's a speaker comment card button that will specifically route those to the clerk. But for now, I'm going to read these 3 into the record. The first was received from Anicia Groves. She writes, Dear Mayor and City Council members, I am writing regarding the Tempe Listens portion of the special meeting agenda for today, Friday, August 7th, 2020. Upon reviewing it, I was dismayed to find outdated reformist language. For example, bias training has not been effective in reducing police violence. Furthermore, we misunderstand implicit bias and its applications to policing because we fail to question our underlying assumptions about policing as an institution. She has a citation to a peer-reviewed article by Peterson, which goes on, regarding surveillance with the use of stingrays and similar technologies, it is simply abhorrent. We know that these kinds of devices are used to directly target people the police department believes are leading and participating in protests against police brutality. Why is the police department resorting to this kind of surveillance to suppress the rights of the community to voice their concerns? Why not just listen to the concerns and do something about them? Why not respond in good faith to the demands of the protesters? Regarding community police relations, it's important for you to understand that for a significant and continually growing number of people, there is no possibility of having a positive relationship with an inherently violent and racist institution, with a citation to Smith. But this isn't about otherwise decent individual human beings who happen to work for that system. Although, to be clear, we do want to see individual accountability in police killings. Fundamental change of the system is needed, not just more of the same reform that hasn't worked. Money currently spent on policing needs to be spent on accessible mental health services, affordable housing, education, and other needs of the communities most impacted by policing and prisons. These demands have been voiced over and over again, and yet budgets are being approved over and over again that reflect no meaningful attention to these demands. Before you proceed with expensive reforms, why not seek to genuinely understand the position of those who envision a transformed system that keeps our communities safe? You may feel that this position represents only a small fringe group of people and that it should be dismissed. But how can you keep dismissing the senseless murder of human beings, which has not been successfully addressed through countless attempts at reform? One simple way you can demonstrate that Tempe listens is to attend local events to learn more and begin to genuinely understand why the protests aren't going away. For example, this Let's Talk Abolition event could be a good place to start. She provides a meeting link if someone would like to register to attend, and council will receive this. She closes by saying, what do you have to lose by at least learning about these issues from the perspective of the most impacted by police violence? If you really plan to do thoughtful work on these issues, then research those perspectives that make you most uncomfortable rather than avoiding and dismissing them. Furthermore, assume the demands of protesters are well researched and valid and respond accordingly. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Anicia Groves. The second item received has some general reference to the previous item and this item, but talks broader in general. This one's Tim Palmer, Tempe resident since 1963 and Tempe homeowner. He writes, Mayor and council members, it is my understanding that our elected officials are about to conduct a yearly retreat. The residents of Tempe expect governance action in Tempe that can be measured and judged. Seeing that the choice of the title to me, retreat, denotes no work to be accomplished in my eyes, I will give the mayor, council members, and others the benefit of the doubt and assume that they will actually be working and discussion of the strategy for the years to come. Seeing that I'm addressing the mayor and council members, please address the following during your retreat: traffic speed, safety enforcement, traffic density, flow mitigation, code enforcement on all levels, continued urban forestation and streets enhancements, higher critical design evaluations on development and developers, expect more, crime and the homeless improvements, police department evaluation and scrutiny, city manager evaluation and scrutiny. Eve closes by saying Tempe should not be left to low action from our elected officials. The mayor, council members, city manager, chief of police, and finally staff were and are afforded the privilege to represent the residents of Tempe. Please appreciate that privilege. Roll up your sleeves and take measurement of our needs in Tempe. And the last is from Camille Johnson. She writes, I would like to add the following as public comment for agenda item number 6. As you meet today for your retreat, I urge you to consider reducing the scope of the Tempe Police Department. I know it is the City of Tempe's policy to take an operations approach to determining a department's budget, so therefore I ask that you work to move as many duties away from Tempe PD as possible. Have trained social workers and crisis teams answer domestic dispute and mental health calls. Use the Eugene, Oregon CAHOOTS model as a starting point. There is serious risk of harm every time you have a police officer show up to an incident. Tempe PD is especially brutal. I have seen Tempe police officers punch, pepper spray, and gas nonviolent protesters, but most pressing is the risk to Black and Brown community members. They are in danger of being murdered by Tempe police, just like Dalvin Hollins and Antonio Arce were. Their mothers, Sarah Coleman and Sandra Gonzalez, will never get their sons back, but you, Mayor Woods, and council members can make sure no other mother feels the agonizing pain of burying their child after being murdered by the police. Act now. Reduce the size and scope of Tempe PD. You will save lives. Thank you, Camille Johnson. Mayor, that closes out any public comment.
Thank you, Carla. I really appreciate it. Thank you for reading those into the record. And Janae and Rosa, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to share my screen now again. And again, I am a little bit delayed, and please let me know if you can see now.
See it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. As we began on the 6 themes that you see here, and the presentation that follows is merely a summary for the council of the issues that were raised under each of these thematic buckets. Under the policies theme, there was discussion around the Citizen Review Board, what it is currently comprised of, and perhaps ways in which the Citizen Review Board can be revisited and possibly revised. Under the use of force themes, it was questioned, what are the current use of force policies? There were comments that perhaps the use of force policies that were presented on the city's website represented policies from 1998. However, there are other use of force policies that have been updated, and so the community wanted to know if that exists, then what are they? The next area under policies were issues around data. There was an article in 2015 that held data about the Tempe Police Department, but it's understood that the data that is reflected in that article was incorrect. And so the question was raised, if it is incorrect, then how can we make accurate data available and distribute? And that brought us to the issue of transparency, that things revolving around use of force, policies, the data, the demographics regarding policing should be transparent for the community. When we discussed this in our April meeting, this task was assigned to Assistant Chief Sherry Burlingame and will be assisted by City Attorney Judy Bauman. The next bucket, Council, is the training bucket. The request for training came in the 4 areas that you see. The first one is racial profiling. The second one is bias. The third is de-escalation training. And then the fourth is CIT mindfulness and meditation. I will point out that there was, it says $1 million here. I believe a $700,000 grant for de-escalation training has been granted to the city of Tempe, but the request was, where are we in those areas and what have we done with respect to training? The staff assigned to this was Lieutenant Dan Sorensen, and Lieutenant Sorensen will be assisted by City Manager Judy Bauman. The next area that we talked about was weapons or assets and how those assets were used. It's understood there were questions around some of the assets that we've already discussed in today's call, the LRAD, G4S, and Stingray. Those questions came from the community, and specifically questions around homelessness and parks. And I see that the council is already talking about moving forward in that. And the question also came, what is the expenditure on some of these assets and how does that balance with the city's goals and values? The asset discussion has been assigned to Assistant Chief Mike Pooley. Rosa?
Yeah, thank you. The next area that was discussed was mental health and how it relates to our officers. Specifically, we heard from the community about interest in providing peer-to-peer support for our officers, recognizing that it's a very challenging job. Policies to self-report when they are experiencing some type of distress, and then also process to return to duty when there has been some type of form of stress on the individual. One of the things that we talked about as far as relations to this, Mayor and Council, is looking at the Tiger Act, communication of its success, and the crisis intervention training. One specific community member mentioned the importance of having 100% of our officers trained also on recognizing crisis, mental health for themselves and for the community. Assigned staff would be Assistant Chief Mike Pooley and assisted by our attorney, City Attorney Judy Bauman. The next item is police and community relationships. Not surprising, our community is very much looking forward to building even more relationships with our police department. Location of meetings they suggested might be something that we think about. Meeting people where they are, and I know we use that quite often, but it's really recognizing and meeting the community in the churches or businesses as an opportunity to build trust and communication, and looking for anything that tools that we have within our means to try to build that relationship. Places of worship, businesses, and faith communities and neighborhood meetings would be another way. They spelled out basically the need for that trust is important, especially if an officer is pulling over someone who is not trusting the officer is not trusting the individual, and hence it has a recipe for disaster. Those are some of the specific things that we heard. And then the last subject or item that was discussed is homelessness, which you just had a very lengthy conversation, which we know this mayor and council is very supportive of these type of issues of people experiencing homelessness. And so that was brought up by our community, and looking at the services that our police is involved with, and perhaps looking at other means of serving this community that's not just policing. Assigned staff is human services. So one of the things that we had discussed, as Janae referenced in April, we had a joint meeting with the city manager's office and our police department and our city attorney to discuss kind of next steps, and just preliminary what we heard from the community. Some ideas would be PD update their website to address some of the issues that we have just spelled out in Tempe Listens, that would be a welcome from the chief of police as a preface to the website updates. Data sharing, which we know we hear that time and time again regarding our strategic planning, the importance, recognizing that we're a data-driven organization, while then also recognizing the importance of sharing the data as a preemption with the public so they understand what is going on with our police department, and they would like more of that. consideration of community groups to address, policies and prevention, review of incidents and intervention. So in our Tempe fashion, the community would like to be involved and looking at ways that they can be involved as an advisory board or recommendations to the mayor and council on these type of issues. The next slides, we have just a few slides to give the mayor and council an update on the Right to Breathe program. And just as we know, we are experiencing in this nation a modern civil rights movement. So this is our way of responding as our local city. What can we do from our city's perspective to improve what we can in our own community regards civil unrest? So we, Janae and I, once the program was created and approved by the mayor and council, we knew that we needed to build relationships, explain the program as we always do, because all the work that basically equity and inclusion is and diversity is not just our office. It is built on the relationships within our departments, within our city as a workforce, but also more importantly in our community with our stakeholders. So we started what Janae and I call the speaking tour. Internally, we met with our unions, our six-sided partnership. We're very appreciative. They got us into their meetings very quickly. We met with some key departments that would be contributing to the Right to Breathe program, human services, community services, fire, and PD. And we had some great brainstorming ideas coming out of those discussions. Secondly, we also met with our external partners, Human Relations Commission, as you see, the African American Advisory Committee, Equity in Action, as has been mentioned already by the mayor and council. Our business community is very dear to us, Tempe Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Tempe Authority, Tempe Tourism, East Valley NAACP. We had a great conversation. I'll also explain what we were creating with Pastor Miller, National League of Cities, and our HRC sister cities through our Human Relations Commission. So that's more of a regional outreach to explain what we are doing or proposing to do here in Tempe.
As this council remembers, the Right to Breathe is a three-part initiative. Those three parts are reflected here on your screen: failure analysis, data, and financial inclusion. So just some brief updates there. We are, in fact, as Rosa mentioned, after speaking with the internal and external partners in this, we will be, as promised, convening at the end of the summer, early part of the fall with those partners and vetting out there, as well as exploring third-party consultants to do the failure analysis. We had a very productive and fruitful conversation with Tech Data, who has been one of our corporate partners in EDI work. And Tech Data is helping us to explore different systems that will compile and begin to distill the data that we collect from the different departments internally, as well as external data sets that we're able to utilize. The third part of the program was financial inclusion. As this council has heard earlier in the afternoon, there have been very concerted and very intentional efforts around economic recovery. One of those things is also reflected here in the Right to Breathe. We have identified a consultant and scope of work to begin to help us form what we're calling a financial inclusion pipeline. That pipeline on the one end is to help, as this council has already identified, to begin workforce development, to begin training, to begin financial inclusion or financial education rather. And then on the other end, partnering with businesses like the Tempe Chamber of Commerce, businesses in the city that are saying, we are wanting to be a part of the financial inclusion pipeline to help our residents fall and land in quality jobs that are not just salaries, but salaries that include benefits. The reason that that is helpful is that, especially as we look at COVID and the economic fallout of COVID-19, being able to posture our residents as well as our businesses to get back to a thriving platform. This is especially true when we look at a lot of the COVID-19 people that have been impacted have oftentimes fallen within restaurant industries and also been women and families of color that are truly impacted in different ways than some of our other families in the city of Tempe. We are working with procurement and legal on contracts to begin that financial inclusion pipeline with partners, including talking to some of the financial education agencies that will help to stand up our financial education component of the pipeline. We're also very proud to announce that we are looking at a performance measure for financial inclusion through our strategic performance measure and aligning those with existing measurements like 3.31, the poverty rate, 5.13, the unemployment rate, 3.06, the quality pre-K enrollment, 3.08 high school graduation rate, and then 5.15 the diversity supplier program.
Lastly, we'd like to share with you a few of the programs in development from our office that might be of interest to the mayor and council and also to the community. Next week on August 11th, we will be launching a citywide resource for race relations, a tool for our businesses and organizations to use of how to start a conversation regarding what has occurred in our nation and here locally. It is a partnership with ASU and Tech Data. It is basically videotaped, and thank you, Mayor, for agreeing to give such a warm welcome on the video. It's a 45-minute video explaining the how-tos with some touch points as far as what you can do to be an ally. It's very important to us to make sure that this circulates because we have heard from people asking for a tool to use with their workforce, and that is being launched next week. In addition, we have consultant Jackie Starks coming on board to launch in August conversations with our own workforce, making sure our workforce is healthy and having conversation about what is occurring, integrated into our employee development and new employee orientation. So we have developed a curriculum along with Jackie to look at how do we make sure we're having these crucial conversations within our workforce to make sure we're healthy enough to deal with what we are enduring in our communities. Tempe Chamber of Commerce, we thank Ann Gill. She was probably one of the first to contact us about how the business community can support the Right to Breathe and other programs. So we're going to be focusing on education, employment, and entrepreneurship. And leveraging some of her national contact and initiatives to promote what we are doing here in Tempe, as it's very new and it's a nuance to many folks throughout the nation. Lastly, Downtown Tempe Authority partnership with Cape Borders. We met with her team and looking at what we just mentioned as far as data sets and how do we share data regarding points of contact to basically address some of these needs. Tempe Tourism Office also as a partnership, sharing data and directions to promote diversity. And then lastly, as you all know, National League of Cities, Race, Equity, and Leadership Cohort, which has been in existence for a few months, we have been partnering. But more importantly, as from strategic planning, leveraging partnerships within diversity practitioners nationally. So if we are doing this, we're going to make sure that we're benchmarking against national best practices. And if they're not out there, we will create them and be the prototype. And then with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you and the council.
Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Janae. Really appreciate it. Does the council have any comments or questions surrounding the Right to Breathe report or anything that was presented just now?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just have a comment.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Kuby.
Yeah, so with the external partners, I noted that Local First Arizona wasn't listed, and I'm sure that's just an oversight because they've been actually really out there and talking about Black Lives Matter and in talking about social justice issues since the killing of George Floyd. And the Tempe Interfaith Fellowship, too, have been such important partners to us in the past on so many issues related to policing, as have the Muslim community. And I don't see maybe the Muslim community represented. So I just wanted to bring that up just in that slide of external partners that I noticed.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. Absolutely, this is just the beginning of having conversations. And those initial partners are partners that we have regular contact with on other items and programs. And many of them actually reached out to us as far as trying to contact or be part of the program. We will reach out to our faith community and other entities, as you have mentioned, absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. Councilmember Adams?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just trying to get there we go. I think I'm on. Okay. So, Rosa and Janae, thank you for this very informative presentation. I'm very excited about all the partnerships and appreciate Councilmember Kuby's input on that. And I'm sure that you will make all those things happen. And I do believe that if we don't have best practices out there for you to look at, that we will become the best practice in the country. And so I just really appreciate what we're doing. I think that we're moving in a really positive direction. And I think the more we can expand and work with all of our partners out there, the better. So thank you so much, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Adams. I've got some comments if no one else has any right now. I just wanted to first and foremost, thank Rosa and Janae for doing this. I mean, it's a great document, and it really does lay out a great framework for where we want to move going forward. And so I just appreciate all the hard work they've done. I mean, this was all done, during the previous council tenure prior to my, getting on the city council again. And so I just appreciate the fact that there is a solid foundation to start from, and that we're not starting from scratch, which is great. From my perspective on this issue, we really, and I've talked about this a lot in the press and just, with other council colleagues and members of staff, we're really in a moment here that's not just simply about the city of Tempe. We're really in a sort of a national conversation right now when it comes to kind of policing in the year 2020 and beyond. And so it's a conversation that I'm really looking forward to having. One of those things that I really want to do at some point is talk about forming some kind of a task force where we go out and talk to different members of our community, really get a robust committee full of people from the faith community, folks who've been part of the movement groups organizing the demonstrations and the protests, our own Tempe Police Department, our Chief Sylvia Moyer, our union representation, members of the rank and file, and just folks from all different backgrounds, longtime community members, people who've served on our boards and commissions, people who are part of a lot of the fabric of what we've been doing in Tempe for quite some time, and really try to bring those folks together to talk about what is our community really looking for moving forward. And I think that conversation can only be had in a collaborative sense with both members of the police department and other people at the table who've been very interested in this issue, along with dedicated longtime community members. And so I think it's something that we should absolutely explore doing. And it's something that I would like to, even though we're not talking about picking specific members for a group right now or specific council members, it's something that I would very much like to attempt to take the lead on. It's something that I talked about during my swearing in speech some 5 years ago, which seems like an eternity ago. But I put it in there not because honestly someone wrote it for me or someone told me to do it. It's because it's something that's part of my personal values and trying to help guide our community through and help guide our community through a very sort of difficult and sort of difficult situation, quite honestly. And so it's something that I really want to see this council explore more in depth, because I just think that we have to talk about ways that we can come together and kind of set new standards and talk about what are we looking to do collectively to move our community forward. And it's something that I'm committed to doing. I'd love to try to take the lead on that. But what I want to do right now is turn it over to Councilmember Kuby, and then we can kind of go around the table a little more, and I probably will have some more comments as we keep talking.
Thank you so much, Mayor Woods. And I wanted to return us to that listening session that we had back in March, on March 3rd. It does seem like a world ago. And but I don't think we should assume that there was a wide representation there. I know, for example, Dare in Action, which is really one of the leading local organizations, very connected to the families of those who have been victims of violence. They're very connected to, they were the main partners at the City of Phoenix and sitting down and laboriously looking at over every policy and procedure, and you know, Phoenix relied on that group, for example. I think that a number of people did not attend that session because they felt it was re-traumatizing their communities, and they wanted, well, those questions that were raised there do need to come up. I think they need to come up into a larger umbrella context, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, with this task force. I think it's a great idea. I just think that we can't assume that that was what the community is concerned about in that March 3rd timeframe. From my sense of talking to community members over the past number of months, there's a sense out there, very strong feeling that there's urgency right now. There's a sense that it's time to act. And although we'll always be listening, that we need to really sit down with those same said subject matter experts, people like, or groups like the BLM Phoenix metro area, and of course the NAACP East Valley with Roy Tatum, a very trusted partner, and Dare in Action. And some of you on the council might think, you know, when they were coming to speak to us in the time of the Antonio Arce issue, there was a sense that, you know, they were bringing protest into our council. They were bringing, you know, in some cases harsh words to me as well. But they are a serious group that sits down and very creatively and thoughtfully looks at, you know, a lot of the issues that 8 Can't Wait, for example, is looking at. And I think that this is right on target, Mr. Mayor, to have a task force. We can really start to look at operations in police and look at reimagining public safety. We can look at all the issues that have come before it. There are going to be some issues that we can resolve fairly quickly. There'll be some that are more complicated that could use it, that might need charter changes. But there are some issues like having someone from our citizen review panel who serves on the internal use of force committee for the city. That is a suggestion that came to me from an officer. He thinks there should be someone on the citizen review panel who already is trained and knows all of the policies to serve on that internal use of force panel. So I think there's a lot of issues to be tackled. Some can be done more quickly and more easily than others. This is going to be a difficult process, but I am so eager to see this process led by our mayor, and I want to thank you so much. It's so important, and it's defining. It's going to define our city. And the last thing I'd like to say is that, you know, we talk about structural racism. No department, no council, no city is immune from that. And we need to take a deeper look at all of our policies. I'm talking about how we recruit and promote and employees within our city. If you look at traditional seniority programs, are thought to be very fair, but in some ways they could be a program that really does not help people of color to advance within a department. So if you just start hiring and being more diverse hiring, well, those are new employees and they don't have as many, you know, they don't have the powers that maybe that people with a lot of seniority have. So I think there's a range of things we need to look at. It's going to be exhaustive, I feel, and it shouldn't just be on police. We should look at all of our policies and operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kuby. One quick statement, then I want to turn to some of the other council members with their hands up as well. You know, just one thing, because it made me, sort of when she said about 8 Can't Wait. There's a lot of conversation going on right now, whether it's the NAACP nationally or organizations like 8 Can't Wait that are putting out suggestions for how communities can kind of really transform and kind of reimagine policing in the 21st century. The really good thing is that I've had some of those conversations offline with Chief Moyer and with some of our rank and file and with, you know, our police union representative from the Tempe Officers Association, Rob Ferraro. And the great thing about some of these conversations has been when I've talked to them about looking at some of these policies and looking at ways of changing some of the things that we currently do, there hasn't been any pushback. there's been conversation nationally. You will read in the newspaper, and people, people talk about, we're not going to do that, and we don't want to have these conversations. We're not going to engage on that front. That has never been the conversation that I have had with our folks internally here with the Tempe Police Department. They've been very open and very much willing to come to the table to have conversations about this, and I appreciate them having that willingness to sit down and talk about this and sit with, with community members and movement groups and the faith community to talk about what we might be able to do. So I'm confident that we've got the right people at the table and we've got the right partners both internally and externally to really launch this kind of conversation. And so that's what I'm really excited about, is having folks who've already made their commitment to me personally, that they are very much willing to roll up their sleeves and work on behalf of this. With that said, I want to turn to Councilmember Arredondo-Savage and then Councilmember Navarro.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Woods. I really do appreciate it. And I 100% agree with what you said in regards to, I don't think there's anybody better to lead this conversation than you. In the sense of, I know that was something that you campaigned on, and I know you feel very passionate about. And I think it's always good to reassess where we're at, kind of some of the policies and practices that we have implemented. And I agree with Councilmember Kuby too. It's not just about the police department, first responders. It's really about all of our departments and things that we do. So, I just want to say I certainly support and appreciate what Jonay and Rosa have really done and put together, and all those individuals that have worked up until this point, because so much work has already been done. A lot of homework has been assigned to different individuals, and I think it's really definitely the right people, like you said, that are going to be at the table. And I think that's exactly what we need. And I think we need to be open to who sits at the table too. I know that I look at the list of those individuals, and there's community individuals, and I think there's going to be organizations from every aspect of this conversation. I just want to make sure that they have the availability to have a seat at the table. And as we move forward and we address it, which I certainly support, I want to just put out a word to our first responders, I think to our police department too, that I do appreciate what they do every single day, and realize that it is a sacrifice for them, for their families, to be able to go to work and to put this community first. And I am grateful for the men and women that wear the uniform, the civilians that work in the department, because I know that they work really, really hard, never intending for things to go wrong. Nobody's perfect, and I certainly understand that. So hats off to the leadership and the police department for what they do, and being open to be able to reassess and look at where they're at and see how we can do things better. So with that, Mayor, I think we're on the right path, and I support it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Next up, Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just really reiterating what Councilmember Robin Arredondo-Savage just said. I mean, we are on the right path. We need to make some real strides going forward. If we are leading the way, so be it, but we also have to still keep on making better strides, even if we are leading. So I would love to be part of this discussion for sure. I think with my background in public safety, I'm involved in a lot of different discussions with PD, even on the Phoenix level. But I think, obviously I'd like to bring some insight and great value to the conversations too. And I know, along with every other expert that's really out there that's been, part of this, handling this, and then us trying to figure out where we can actually make some real good strides. I'm excited to see what happens, and the long and short of it is I'm excited to make Tempe safer in a variety of different ways, and I think we can get there. So I do appreciate that, and I appreciate you leading the way, and I'd like to be part of it, for sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Appreciate it. Next up, Councilmember Garlid.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I am also in full support of the program and everything that you just discussed, and supporting what the other council colleagues said. I also want to just say thank you to Rosa and Janae for the program that they put together, The Right to Breathe. I appreciate what they've done, and I support that program. I also want to say, just on a side note, that I appreciate the programs that they're going to be putting together, the August 11th one, and I think Jackie Starks is amazing, and she's going to do really wonderful things with us for the city. So I'm really glad you reached out to her, and we're working with Janae. So I want to say thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Garlid. Any other members of council have any other comments, questions? One quick thing, just, to keep, kind of begin to sort of wrap this up, but, look, we recognize that we're living in very different changing times right now. And as I said, kind of in the beginning of my comments, we're part of, and Rosa talked about it. I mean, we are sort of seeing a different kind of civil rights movement emerging, and these are conversations that absolutely have to happen. There are folks that are out in the streets, protesting, demonstrating, talking about their desire to see change and reform. And I think we have to make sure to, respect, nonviolent, peaceful protest. At the same time, we obviously have a lot of folks in the community as well who want to make sure that, everything being done is of a peaceful variety, and that we're respecting people, but we're making sure that we're still maintaining a very high level of public safety and well-being in our community. And so it's a tough issue, as all of us know, with people on all different sides of the issue who have very, very strong opinions, because we all get our council communicators and get people who are saying many different things, and they're very, very strong about their positions and their feelings. But I believe, though, quite honestly, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, with the leadership we have in our police department, with the leadership on this council and our staff, Rosa and Janae, I believe that we've got the right group of people here to really come together and do something monumental, where the city of Tempe is not just going to be a leader on a local or a regional level, but we're going to be a leader at a national level that's going to be recognized for all the work that we're doing. And so I'm excited about, starting this conversation and really bringing together a lot of, diverse members of our community to have the discussion. And I think we're going to come up with something really big. I think we're on the cusp of something huge, and just appreciate everyone from the council to staff to the police department, their openness and willingness to really come to the table and to have this conversation. So with that said, I want to see if there's anybody else who has any other comments or questions. But just also, I should say, from a procedural standpoint as well, one of the questions that we get often, I know that Councilmember Kuby and I got this question a couple of days ago. One of the reasons why it's very important, just from a procedural standpoint, to have a meeting like this one is that we as a council, and this is just for members of the public watching this meeting, we have to give the staff direction to continue working on these documents, whether it's right to breathe, or forming a separate task force that actually looks at all of these issues pertaining to reform. They can't do that without the say-so of the council giving that policy direction. And what everyone's hearing is a unanimous decision from this council today to say that we should absolutely be moving forward with continuing this very robust, thoughtful conversation. So just wanted to make sure that I put that out there for anyone watching at home or anywhere else. And with that, I'll turn it back over to anyone on the council if we have any further comments or questions, or if Rosa or Janae have anything else.
That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to next steps and rolling up our sleeves to do this together.
Excellent. Thank you, Janae. Thank you, Janae. Thank you, Rosa, as well. Really appreciate all the hard work that you and Janae have done, laying a lot of the groundwork with the Right to Breathe document for getting this conversation going. As I said before, it's really, it's great that we're not starting from scratch here. We really have a lot of great work that's already been done, and just excited about bringing all the partners that I discussed earlier to the table to have a big picture conversation about how we can make meaningful policy change and how we can make sure that everyone, feels comfortable here in the city of Tempe. And just glad that we have a police department that's very open and willing to come and sit down and have these conversations. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for being involved in this initiative.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for your support and your trust to get this done. We have the right people dealing with the right situation. So I'm looking forward to getting into this topic and working.
Thank you. Any last questions from Council? With that said, we are at the end of our agenda for the day, about a half an hour early. Does anyone have any comments or questions about anything before we close out for the day that's on topic? I know we can only talk about matters that are listed on the agenda. Don't want to have Judy looking at me going, Corey, don't you dare open this thing up to just anything. But does anyone have any further comments or questions before we wrap up today?
Mayor, this is Robin. I got a quick comment. I just want to say you did an outstanding job, and I think for our very first retreat being digital, I think it came out really well. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Councilmember Arredondo-Savage. Really appreciate it. Well, with that said, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Keating, members of the City Council. Thank you as well to our staff. for all the hard work and all the preparation and doing this meeting. As Councilmember Arredondo-Savage said, it's a very different format for us to be doing this virtually and not in person. But this was pulled off exceptionally well because of all the diligence and the hard work you did to make sure that all the documents and all the data was there for us to talk about. Thank you to the council as well. And most importantly, thank you to all our residents and everyone watching at home right now or from work. I just really appreciate your support in all of this work that we're doing. We're going to have a very interesting next, 6 to 12 months, but I'm confident that with your support, we're going to get a lot of great things done on this council and in the city of Tempe. So thank you so much for your time. And our meeting is adjourned at 4:32 p.m. Everyone have a wonderful weekend.
Corey.